We're gonna put down all of the games from a personal standpoint and maybe a more generalized, like, what, like, society says, maybe, if for lack of a better term, we should have. So we're gonna do 2 lists. One of them is obviously me. So let's go to here. And we're gonna want to go. I don't know if no, I definitely did a 2010 list. Okay. Top 10 video games of 2010. So this is what I had on my list for that year. Alright. So let's do 2010. Okay, we got Heavy Rain, God of War 3, Singularity, Scott Pilgrim, Halo Reach, Bayonetta, Super Meat Boy, Red Dead Redemption, StarCraft 2, and my game of the year that year was Mass Effect 2. Okay. Let's take a look at 2011, shall we? I should have just done that to begin with, probably. Did I not put a 2011 thing down? Do I have one in here? Shit. Okay, we're gonna have to do that one by hand then. Okay. We have Far Cry 3. This was Shank. I'm a little mad that the pictures didn't go over, but oh well. This was Slender. This was Binary Domain. Trials Evolution. Mass Effect 3. This was Resident Evil Revelations. Cart Life. FTL. And Hotline Miami. (2013). Saints Row the Third. Let's do that. Gone Home. Path of Exile. Call of Juarez. Gunslinger. Slinger. State of Decay. Scott Pilgrim was great. Papers, Please. What else do we have here? This is BioShock Infinite. 3, Rogue Legacy. 2 was Dota 2. And the game of the year that year was Hearthstone. (2014). This is where I no longer have them in here. This was my list for 2014. This was my list for 2015. Hi. Stop. Give me a pen. Okay. Where we're at? We're at 2016. This was the list for 2016. (2017). Did I seriously not grab 2017? I bet I accidentally wrote over it. Well, shit. That sucks. Alright. We'll have to make one. Well, it must be in a note somewhere. Maybe it's on this 2018 one. Oh, god damn it. No good games out in 2017. That's very true. Nothing but garbage. I must have put them in a different drive, maybe. Maybe under Burning Barrel. Movies of the year for 2012. Game Awards. Game of the year 2019. Game of the year 2018. The annoying thing is that it would have been 2019. Hey, it's this. That's this year. The annoying thing is that even though I don't know where it is, it's on a podcast somewhere, so 2017 exists. Whoops. Okay, so we have to find out 2011. what were some good games from 2011. So let's go best games of 2011. Yeah, for that one I could at least dig it up for sure. Wait, Saints Row the Third? Why do I have that under 2013? When did Gone Home come out? That's 2013. Maybe I just fucked my notes up. 2013. Saints Row 4. Dark Souls Portal 2. Bigger notice ones for 2011. Okay, so for 2011, these are definitely on my list here, alright? Dark Souls is somewhere on there. Skyrim is somewhere on there. I didn't love... Oh, Super Mario 3D Land was definitely on there. Was I on Top Down at that time? Wait. Top Down perspective.podme. (16, 14, 13, 12). This is when they do Ghost Trick. So no, this was this was on this was Nathan at that time. Okay, 2017 though. I was on that one. I did. It is now dead because I can't afford to keep it up anymore. Okay. I mean, yeah, let's keep going with 2011. What would have been on it? Terraria at that time was definitely not on it. Binding of Isaac was also not on it yet. Might be easier if I see them more lined out here. Sonic Generations probably would have made the list, honestly, for me. Nope. Space Marine might have if there was nothing else. So, Marion. Space Marion. Let's put that off to, the side for now. Again, Killzone might have made it if there was nothing else that year. Saints Row the Third would have been on there. Hollow Knight. Oh, Hollow Knight was my game of the year for 2017. Hollow Knight was my game of the year for whatever year it came out. And then I remember that was the upset because I think number 2 was the Resident Evil game for that year. And people thought that was Resident Evil 7, right? I think Resident Evil 7 was then. Yeah, 2017. So those are number 2 and number 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this was Hollow Knight. This was Resident Evil 7. And in here somewhere you had Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey. You had Breath of the Wild in here somewhere. We'll figure all that out in a second. I don't think Modern Warfare 3 would have made it. Dead Island definitely didn't make it for me. That definitely did. Minecraft. Bastion was probably on there. How many were we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Would Gears 3 have made it for me? That's a maybe. Witcher 2 wouldn't have. Battlefield 3 wouldn't have. Human Revolution wouldn't have. You know, Arkham City was on there. I'm a little ashamed to admit it now, but it was definitely on there. Portal 2 would have been on there. And Skyrim, we have. Oh, wait, did I put Portal 2 yet? No. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are 9 locks. Underrated games. 2011. I just want to make sure I didn't like miss any. It's definitely not looking like I missed any. Oh, Shadows of the Damned would have been on my list actually. Okay, so that's 10, right? 3, 6, 10. These two are definite guns. Honestly, I didn't appreciate Minecraft as much until later. So it's probably like that. I feel like I would have stood behind this list back then. This doesn't hold up to this nowadays, by the way. I just am able to remember how I felt about these games when I was playing them. And I was super... Like, Saints Row 3 would not be on my list today. If I was to make a today list for 2011. But, like, I remember being absolutely fucking in love with it. Arkham City would definitely not be there either. But again, I was absolutely in love with it, so. Okay. So, if I just look up Best Games 2017, I think I'll get a pretty good reminder of games that were on there. Nier was on there, I believe. No, Nier came after, because I played it later. I think Prey might have been, though. This is silly. I need to just look it up. And I think the best way to look it up is to look it up here. Top-down perspective. Because... Wait, does it not show the other playlists? Are they like privated? I put all of these episodes into playlists by year, by the way. It might have been privated. Okay. Yeah, but I started Prey when it came out. But yeah, I only finished it recently. Wow, I've been here that long, hey? In this fucking place that I'm living in. So, there you go. It's just...
Gary, that's a cool fight, though, for sure.
That's a cool fight. Yep. Number 8, Sean.
Destiny 2.
It was like the natural progression of Sonic
Destiny 2 it was probably on my list, by the way.
games, like, is exactly what they wanted.
Oh my god, this is gonna be impossible, though. There has to be an easier way to do this. Hold up. I feel like I had other things pinned in here. I remember I put together all of the community games of the year. Well, not only that, but because if somebody says, this is my numbers, whatever, then some of the rest of us were like, that's my number this, that's my number this. Like, it's gonna be actually impossible to remember. I'm a little mad that I don't have 2017 in my dock. Cause like, where would that have gone, you know? Wait. Game of the year, where is it? Is that at the bottom of this? No, those are the, those are the predictions. Alright, I'm gonna look at some of these off the monitor, on the other monitor, so you guys can't see, just in case they're like something I shouldn't be sharing. Okay, that's just garbage. That's nothing. That is also nothing. It's gotta be on here, dude. Maybe under gaming? Found it. It was under gaming. Bam. You know, not too bad. Out of the last 10 years, there's only 1 year that I missed doing a an official game of the year for. Not bad. Okay. So, like any good list now, what we have to do is we have to pare it down. You know? So, what we no longer care about years, right? Now we're just looking for the games I think that still stand out of these on whatever merit they had. And then we keep cutting from there. As you can see, I'm not including this year because that's the whole point of the Game of the Year show. Okay, I think we can all agree Heavy Rain does not stand the test of time. So, that's an easy cut. I don't think God of War 3 does either. So, Singularity, I still remember with fondness. Enough for me to put that aside for now. Scott Pilgrim basically doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. Halo is not the best. Halo Reach is not the best Halo, so that's gone. Bayonetta, I think, can... You know what? These two can make it to the next round, I think. I think Super Meat Boy can make it to the next round. I'm wondering about Red Dead. Red Dead can make it to the next round. StarCraft 2 definitely makes it. Those make it. That makes it. Sonic Generations unfortunately does not. I don't think Saints Row does. I don't think Bastion does. I don't think Gears does. That doesn't. I'm iffy about that. Shadows of the Damned I don't think does. I don't think that does. That doesn't. 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 Saints Row 4 doesn't. Gone Home doesn't. I don't think that does. That doesn't. That doesn't. That doesn't. Unsure. Unsure. That doesn't. Definitely doesn't. Definitely doesn't. 2 doesn't. Dark Souls 2 doesn't. That doesn't. I love you, Landon, but Duck Game is not one of the best games of the decade. That doesn't. Doesn't. That doesn't. That doesn't. Doesn't. Unsure. I don't think any of these 4 make it. I don't think Overwatch makes it. I don't think Dark Souls 3 makes it. Resident Evil 7 Beginning Hour 100% does not make it. Neither does that. Breath of the Wild doesn't. Neo doesn't. Pyre doesn't. Cuphead doesn't. Oh, this one hurts. I don't think those two do either. Those don't. I love Yoku, but it doesn't make it. Hey, Savior. I'm giving myself an aneurysm trying to find my games of the decade. Okay. So now we're down to heavy hitters. Rogue Legacy, Papers, Please, and Path of Exile no longer fit. To me. I'll tell you which ones I think stay no matter what. Dark Souls stays. Mass Effect stays. StarCraft 2 stays. I think Undertale stays. I think Hollow Knight stays. I think God of War stays. I think Monster Hunter stays. I think Doom, Hellblade, and Nier stay. Yeah, seeing this list so far, I'm okay getting rid of that for myself and these two for sure. I think Binding of Isaac might stay. I think Rocket League goes. You should do this in a spreadsheet. No Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is not one of the best games of the decade, no. Red Dead does not stay. I don't think... I love Singularity, but... Where is Honey Pop? I think you can make more of an argument for Honey Pop than some of the other games on this list still, to be honest. Like that goes. I think Portal 2 might stay. Isaac shouldn't stay in your opinion. Well, luckily your opinion doesn't matter. Because this is my list. We're gonna do a, like, collective list after. I think Shovel Knight goes. This is... I know this might be boring, this part, because this is really me deciding how I feel about these games right now. And I understand that. We're gonna get to it where we can all kind of have a discussion in a moment. Don't worry. I think Celeste goes. That goes. This is really hard. I didn't grab last year's, did I? Like, did I grab 2018? Because there's some, like, things missing here, I think. Those are honorable mentions. I got stuck on 2017. Where the fuck is 2018 again? It's somewhere different. I know I have Monster Hunter. Did I just delete all of them from that year? Yeah, I guess I did, huh? I guess I just deleted all of them from that year, basically. Okay. So here's the thing about Mario Odyssey. It's not an amazing game, but it's the first 3D Mario game I cared about for years. But how did I feel about it compared to some of the other shit on here? I don't think it contends with some of the other shit on here. Let's leave that for now. This is gonna have to get pared down again. Alright, so how many are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18. Well, what I could do is add 2 more and just call it 2020's 20 games of the decade or whatever. I want to really try to pare this down to 10. So now what we're going to do is pick out the ones. This is going to be where it gets difficult, like even more so. I think that's a lock. I think Hollow Knight is a lock. I think Hellblade goes. Mass Effect 2 is a lock. Dark Souls is a lock. I think Portal 2 goes. I think Monster Hunter World is a lock. I think Spider-Man goes. I think God of War is a lock. I think Resident Evil 7 is a lock. I think these might be locks as well. And I think everything else goes. 8, 9. No, I have one more. Looking at this list, that doesn't fit, that doesn't fit, that doesn't fit. Okay, there's the list. This is all gut, by the way. Just remembering how I feel all about them and then seeing how the other ones compared. Nothing but gut feeling. Okay. Now comes the fun part, you guys. Oh boy. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? $100 best games of the decade. That's easy. Only 100. Get some balls, you cowards. Look at this. 20 best games. 100 best games. 30 best games. 10 best games. Right here. Fucking cowards. Okay. Alright, chat. Now we have to have a discussion. You and I. Alright? Let's look at 2010. What are some of the best games of 2010? Fallout New Vegas? You'd still put Mass Effect 2 there? Yeah, I definitely think you're right. I think Mass Effect 2 still goes there. I think a lot of people would agree with Fallout New Vegas. Soulja Boy? Yo, I think Darksiders is... There's something to be said about Darksiders. Yeah, StarCraft 2 and Portal 2. I think they still go on there. These are all critically acclaimed games for a reason, after all. Shit, I just went to 2011 games. New Vegas. Kirby's Epic Yarn? I'm trying to find other games that a lot of people would probably agree with. I think Minecraft probably, right? Still has to go on here. Would you count it in alpha, though? Or would you count it... I think Minecraft should go on here. Let's just do the earliest iteration when people could play it. It's fine. Let's be real. Minecraft is going to end up on the full list anyway. It's one of the fucking biggest games, right? Like, does it really matter when we put it on? At least beta? Okay. I get you. Because I'm sure it'll come up again. So... So people really like the Galaxy games. Portal 2 is definitely 2011. You know what? We don't have to break this down by year. I don't think that's necessary. Oh my god, apparently I can't type. Mine Craigie. No, we're not talking about good games, we're talking about the best games. And we have lots of years to go through. So I think the standouts will stand out right away. I think you have to say Skyrim. And I think you have to say Dark Souls. Because even if you don't like Dark Souls, it's become so synonymous with how games play that people literally say it's the Dark Souls of whatever. You know what I mean? I think those are inarguable. Because even if your favorite Dark Souls is Dark Souls 3 or 4 or fucking Bloodborne, people will say it's Dark Souls, right? It's a flavor of Dark Souls. It's not like really a different game. So yeah, I think you have to do that. What do you guys think about Deus Ex Human Revolution? Do you guys think that was a big enough deal? Fortune Story is the Dark Souls of board games. I think we put Terraria on here. What do you guys think? Agree? Dead Space? When did Dead Space 1 come out, though? I don't think Dead Space 2 is the one people talk about, right? Generally. Maybe it is. I can't remember. We're forming games of the decade. You think Bastion should go up there? Bastion kind of did make that company what they are. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I think we all agree Terraria is probably up there. I think Binding of Isaac is up there. It kind of created that genre of game.
Guys, can you please not spam the chat? My mom bought me this new laptop and it gets really hot when the chat is being spammed. Now my leg is starting to hurt because it is getting so hot. Please, if you don't want me to get burned, then don't spam the chat.
Nice meme. Thank you for the bits. How do we... I don't think the Old Republic should be on there. Whoops, I accidentally clicked a thing. You're still going to bat for Bastion? Yeah, Bastion's not a bad choice. How do we feel about Catherine? You wouldn't put it in the same category? Never played it. Catherine sucks. Whoa. Listen to this guy. Okay. For those who care, a list of bad games that showed great influence for being bad? That sounds like it could be interesting, honestly. You had a bad time with Catherine? Damn. The shade. Okay. I think Borderlands 2 might make it on here. Because that's the game people talk about, right? That might be one of the games of the decade. People played it, like, pretty regularly for years, too. I know, Hank, I know, but come on. Give me a freaking break here. Borderlands 2 was peak Borderlands. The pre-sequel was the best Borderlands? Whoa. How do we feel about Dishonored? It kind of brought, like, a bunch of people to it. That was talked about quite a bit. You say Dishonored on here? Telltale's The Walking Dead is up there. You're actually right. It is. Season 1 specifically. I think XCOM probably should be on here, right? I think we consider XCOM on here. It's one of the best tactics game ever made. Yeah, I think XCOM is on there. Did I put Darksiders? I think Darksiders maybe should be on here too. Series that got progressively worse. Oh. Counter-Strike Go should be on here. Journey should probably be on here as well. What else out of those? Nothing else out of those. Like, you could make an argument for Fez, but, like, also not really. You know what I mean? That's a weird one, because it's like, the only reason that game was as big as it was is because the creator was a fucking shitmonger. It's unique, but, like, I don't know. Oh, Lone Survivor. Dragon's Dogma. Torchlight 2. Unfinished Swan was this year? Damn. The Secret World. Tokyo Jungle. Holy shit. That fucking shit show. 30 Flights of Loving. Papa Yo. Halo 4. I don't know about that. Man, fucking Spec Ops The Line. Mark of the Ninja. How big would we say Mark of the Ninja and Spelunky were? Are we saying Game of the Year territory for either of those? Not game of the year, sorry. A game of the decade. Spelunky is huge. Yeah. Okay. I think Spelunky is probably... Hold on. There must be a better way we could do this. That... And that... I still see people play Spelunky. True. I don't think Mass Effect 3 goes on here. I think Hotline Miami does, though. It kind of created its own weird cult following genre. Did we put Dishonored on here? Yeah, we did. Good. Journey, Walking Dead. Okay. I think we got 2012 pretty... I think we got 2012 pretty well done, honestly. Okay. Best 2013 games. Oh boy. There's gonna be a bunch of things I don't like that I'm gonna have to say was probably super, super influential. Okay. I think Warframe has to go on here. Not even because it's, like, amazing, but for what it is, that's free. That's a free fucking game that consistently gets updated. I think that has to go on here. I don't think any of these other ones need to go on here. Yeah, I know you're biased there for sure. Okay. Fuck, I hate Outlast, but I think Outlast has to go on here too. It created a whole genre of horror games, and I hate that genre of walking around hopeless and running away from shit. Actually, no, it doesn't have to, because Amnesia created that. I don't know. That could honestly be one we put and then cut. I think we're gonna cut it. I think Path of Exile goes on here. For the exact same reason Warframe's on here, only for people that didn't feel fulfilled from Diablo 3. I don't think either of them were big enough, unfortunately. I would probably consider like a Total War game over those. Man, Dragon's Crown is neat, but that doesn't belong here. PvZ 2 can fuck itself. I don't think Rogue Legacy goes on here either. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV probably just goes on here in general, right? Whoops. I think Dota 2 goes on here. I think Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons goes on here. Where the Pokemon series died. I think the Stanley Parable goes on here. I think Papers, Please goes on here. I'm debating. What do we feel about DMC? DMC got a lot of talk, and not all of it good. The reboot, yeah. We haven't gone to Fire Emblem Awakening yet, though. Some gamer words we're using in that game. Oh, 2012? Honestly, I don't think any of these other ones go on this list. Not to say they're bad at all. How do we feel about A Link Between Worlds? You mean the best Zelda game? I mean, it's not the best Zelda game, though. It's not Zelda 2, Link's Awakening. Saints Row 4 doesn't make this cut. Okay. I mean, okay. Let's chill for a second. We all know GTA 5 actually has to go on here. Whether or not we like the game, because I kind of don't, it has to go on this list. It actually just does. I think The Last of Us has to go on here too. As much as it hurts me to say that. Yeah, I'm wondering about Gone Home. Because it didn't really create the walking simulator genre, but it might have been the biggest one. Because Dear Esther kind of created the walking simulator. Gone Home was much bigger, though. Like, much, much, much bigger. Yeah, I feel okay adding Gone Home. Yeah, GTA 5 is inarguably on this list. And I don't think anybody in this chat right now even, like, is deathly in love with it, necessarily. Whether or not you think it's a fun game or whatever. But, like, I think we all agree it's on this list, for sure. Yeah, I think Gone Home goes on this list as well. I'm trying to decide what Tomb Raider is like on here. Or if it's on here, you know? It kind of revitalized the series. Damn, David. Why you gotta be like that? Because the Tomb Raider name was kind of garbage. Play this. I think I'm gonna add Tomb Raider on here. I don't know that it stays. Super Mario 3D World? I don't think it's the Mario game we put on here. If there's... Not that there has to only be one Mario game, but they're all kind of the same. And I don't think it's that one. BioShock Infinite does not make this list. Awakening was in 2013. Wow. Wow. Dude, Cat Bowser is the fucking worst. That's very true. Okay. So now what we do is we go into here. Because these usually have one or two things that didn't show up. Animal Crossing New Leaf. Are there Animal Crossing fans in here? Do we think it's New Leaf? Is New Leaf the one? Because all these games are the same. So we're not putting like 3 versions on or whatever. Or wait, this was the only one, right? Until next year. So I kind of liked Pokemon X, but I don't know. I don't know that it's the what. You Pokemon fans, is this the one over like Sun and Moon? Pokemon XY is the one? I think we gotta add Link Between Worlds. Sun and Moon was better. Why don't we just off to the side right now just put Pokemon? And we can decide that after, maybe. Also, fuck articles that make me click through a bunch of pages. Okay. I don't want any of these, I don't think, on there. I've never played Tropical Freeze, though, to be fair. Is it a good game? The Sims 4. It. Solid platformer. You would put The Sims 4 on there? I can see the argument for it. As much as I don't like it. Yeah, when did Sims 3 come out? Oh, okay. Sims 4 is the answer then. It's this decade's Sims. So people that actually played Tropical Freeze, is it going on here? Is it worthy? Sims 3 is still better? I mean, it probably is, but it didn't come out in the right timeline, so. You'd say yes? You would put it on? Better than Returns, might sit with the originals in quality. Okay. Let's just go with it for now. The Evil Within. Fuck me, dude. I don't think any of these make it. I know some of you like Broken Age a lot, though. So... is there an excuse for Broken Age? You didn't mind Broken Age? Gods will be watching. I'm sorry, Isaac Rebirth has to go on here. Whether or not you like roguelike genres, it's the roguelike. Watch Dogs, exactly. Azura's Wrath? Legend of Grimrock. Probably not big enough. Fuck ESO. Whoa. I kind of agree, though. I kind of say fuck ESO. This War of Mine might have an excuse to be on here. I'm not sure yet, though. I think Destiny is on here. This War of Mine is pretty good. This War of Mine was like the first big game to have a very strong message of anti-war, I think, of this decade. I mean, it's Smash Ultimate, right? Is the answer, not Smash Bros. For Wii. Because Melee wasn't this generation, right? It's Smash Ultimate over Wii, I think. Yeah. What do we think about Wolfenstein? The resurgence of Wolfenstein. Keeping in mind that it revitalized that fucking name. I think Wolfenstein goes on here. I'm actually kind of okay with putting South Park on here. Let's put Stick of Truth. I think that's okay. People still talk about Mario Kart 8. That probably goes on here. It got a re-release, for Christ's sakes. Like a deluxe version, so... Hearthstone is an easy ad, true. And, what do we think of Shadow of Mordor? Because when people talk about Shadow of Mordor, what they're talking about is they're talking about the Nemesis system, not the actual game. I mean, the game is kind of meh, but like, it has a cool system in it, right? There's Arkham again. Nemesis system was pretty big, but nobody uses it, weirdly. And that drives me crazy. I don't think it goes on here. Well, no, I think it does. I want you all to know I don't love it, though. I don't love that it's on here. I just want you guys to know that. But I think it probably is on here. Oh man, Ho-Hokum. Damn. FIFA. Ollie Ollie. Hearthstone's definitely... I don't think Vanishing stays. I don't think that stays. Although, that brought Dragon Age back from the bullshit of 2. I think there's an excuse for Inquisition. Because people hated 2. 2's really bad. And this kind of went back to what that series did well. That game did well. Inquisition. I think there's a excuse for that. Dark Souls 2, unfortunately, was just more Dark Souls. So that's not the good Smash Bros. I think we got all of them. There's kind of a reasoning you could have for Alien Isolation. A little bit, but it's just kind of a good one of those games. I don't think it's like a decade. Here. I think this is one that we put Alien Isolation. And then it probably gets cut, honestly. I'm trying to think of what we think of Original Sin. Because I think Original Sin 2 was better. You know? But Original Sin 2 doesn't happen without this one. I don't know. I mean, 2 is the bigger one because you could have a full party. You heard more about 2? Yeah, I think 2... A lot of people didn't talk about 1 for whatever reason. Like, the people that are into that kind of game talked about it, for sure. But, like, even people that weren't talked about too. I think 2... Is it? Shovel Knight was this year? Alright, I'll put it on there for you. Oh boy. This one was a pretty big year too. I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of good games come out. Like, all the fucking time. Oh. I'm trying to think of Necrodancer in here. I mean, Siege is definitely going on this list. You're thinking Necrodancer? I think Necrodancer might be on here too. What is taking so long to load this? Transport Fever. Sayonara Wild Hearts. I still need to play that. Oh, good. Jamestown Plus seemed interesting too. Oh, and the new season of Destiny started. Okay. Yeah, I think Necrodancer goes on here. I agree. I don't think any of these go on here. I love Axiom Verge, by the way. I absolutely love it. I don't think it goes on here. What are we listening to? This is a song called Nepal off the Overwatch soundtrack. I don't think Heroes goes on here, frankly. How do we feel about Downwell? Also, I'm almost wondering if I count the Taken King specifically, because that's the thing that people talk about with Destiny. But if we're doing a list for the decade, I think just Destiny is fine, you know? Because we have just Final Fantasy XIV. Downwell was cool, but not great. Yeah, I think you're right. What about Cities Skylines, though? The only thing to actually come close to Sims, that feeling you got from SimCity back in the day. Oh boy. I think Life is Strange goes on here. If nothing else, for the fact that it did so well that it made it so that studio basically went from like an indie studio with help from, was it Square Enix helping them? I can't remember. With help from a big publisher to like doing a bunch of their own shit. Do you think Ori goes on here? Yeah, Ori probably goes on here. God damn it, Eneg, chill. This sort of thing takes time. God damn it. Here. Just so you can feel better before I delete it. Undertale has to go on here. Whether or not you love or hate it, it has to go on here. I'm debating about Her Story. I don't think it does. I think Mario Maker does, though. But then it's almost making me wonder if 2 is the one that goes on here, except 1. But, like, 1 was so big of an idea, and 2's just the continuation of that idea. I hate Splatoon, but it goes on here. I'm not a huge fan of Rocket League, but it goes on here. The Witcher 3 goes on here. I think Bloodborne goes on here. Not a huge fan of that game either. I know people that bought a PS4 just for Bloodborne. Fallout 4 is pretty good. Yeah. It doesn't go on, it would go on for you. Fair. Absolutely fair. I didn't hate Fallout 4, honestly. I also hate Splatoon, but it doesn't stop me from playing it. Fucking Evolve, man. You know, Heroes of the Storm might actually go on here. It was different enough, I think. Even if it doesn't stay, I think it being on here makes sense. I'm still not sure about Dying Light. What do we think about Until Dawn being on here? It was kind of a novel take on doing a horror game. Kerbal? Yeah, I think Kerbal goes on here as well. I don't think Rise does. Ori is on there. Mario, Bloodborne. I'm undecided about the Phantom Pain. Because the Phantom Pain does so much cool shit as a video game. And so much bad shit as a absolute molestation of that series. Story-wise. How about the PewDiePie game? Rocket League is on there. That's on there. I think it probably goes on here. We're only at 2014, by the way. Oh no, sorry. We're at 2016. Oh. I don't think any of these make it. Hey, Junkie. Hyper Light Drifter is very good, but I don't think it makes it either. I think Super Hot is made for this category. Super Hot is just so cool and different. That's a great one. I think The Division and Pokemon Go are on here. No, not The Division. Pokemon Go 100% has to go on here. I think Hitman has to go on here. I think Darkest Dungeon has to go on here. Fuck. I think No Man's Sky has to go on here. I think Stardew has to go on here. I know, Junkie, I know. I'm trying to decide if Final Fantasy 15 does. You would say no? I think I'd say no too. I'm gonna say no to XCOM 2 and Firewatch. I think Doom goes on here. I think The Witness goes on here. Titanfall 2 goes on here. Overwatch goes on here. You know, there might be Modern Warfare Remastered. That's true. God, that pissed me off that I had to buy that game for it. What you gonna do with the list? I don't know, probably just never look at it again. Really more about the process than it is actually having the list, you know? I like talking about games, man. That's like why I do all of this stuff. Exactly. David's got it. Send it to BuzzFeed. Reigns is interesting enough that I'm... You know what? I'm gonna put Reigns on here. Man, P-Cross 3D though. Street Fighter 5. If Dark Souls 2 isn't on this list, Dark Souls 3 isn't on this list. That's how I feel about that, even though I like Dark Souls 3 more than 2. For the same reason that 2's not on this list. That's, yeah. We're going year by year. Yeah, we're just kind of grabbing everything right now, and then we're gonna pare it down. Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 4? Homer, what the fuck? Titanfall 2 was 2016. Does Fates belong on here? No? Okay, moving on. I'm still debating about the Division and Planet Coaster. In my head. Because I think we got the other big ones. People hate them. I don't think the Division or Planet Coaster make it either. Alright, 2016 was a pretty easy year. Oh my god. Okay, this is going to be a year to talk about. Shit. Okay. I think we can all agree none of this makes it here. None of these on the screen right now. I love Samus Returns, but that doesn't make it either, I don't think. I think Pyre does. Hollow Knight does. Mario Rabbids was surprisingly good. Arms. How do we feel about Sonic Mania? I think Sonic Mania might be on this list. Yes. Def. You like Sonic Mania? Okay. I feel I need to make this clear. We're trying not... I mean, we're trying not to get that specific, but you're right. War of the Chosen, like, should be. But then it would just be XCOM 2. You know what I mean? I just don't want to get, like, expansions and DLC that deep into it. So, knowing that, should we add XCOM 2 rather than XCOM 1? How do we feel about that? They're both great games. I want to hear Homer's argument for adding another version of XCOM. Because I didn't play a lot of War of the Chosen specifically. And I know he's very passionate about War of the Chosen specifically over just XCOM 2. So I want to hear that reason. While I add Sonic Mania to our list that doesn't matter anyway. This is just a playlist on Spotify for game music, orchestral and instrumental. It isn't like a specific album. Base XCOM is kind of bad. I mean, Base XCOM 2 specifically, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, Fortnite has to go on here. And here's Original Sin 2, so yeah, I think that goes on here. It has to, Lucky. This is a list of the greater amount of people. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I know Homer feels strongly about this. We're gonna put it off to a side right now. This is something we can revisit. PUBG is definitely on here. That's without a doubt. Okay. I didn't love it, but I think there's... I think you could say Night in the Woods. There's something to be said about that one. I feel like Hellblade has to be on here. Okay. I'm not going to include Destiny 2 because Destiny 1's on here. I think Prey does go on here. I think Cuphead goes on here. I don't think Wolfenstein 2 does. Because we have 1 anyway. And 1 was the bigger deal. Wolfenstein 2 is just more of that. Nier Automata does. RE7 goes on here. It brought Resident Evil back. That goes on here. Mario Odyssey, I think. So, do you think Mario Odyssey is the 3D Mario we hitch our wagon to? Probably, right? Yeah, Breath of the Wild deserves it. I think you're right. Honestly, I think there's, I think you could say Horizon Zero Dawn and Breath of the Wild. And then we can have those arguments later. You'd say Galaxy 2? Odyssey's the biggest. It's 3D Land for you? Okay. Oh, snipper clips. I'm gonna put that one off to the side. Yakuza 0, I think, is one we have to add, even though I haven't played it. Edith Finch should be there. I need people that have played Yakuza 0. That's what I'm thinking too, Lucky. And it's the one people tell me I should play. If I'm only gonna play one. Yeah, I think it goes on here. No Splatoon 2, no Neo, no Hidden Folks, no ARMS. I don't even remember what this is, so let's just say no. Oh, that game looked so sad. I'm kind of glad I didn't play it. No. Oh, Getting Over It might be on here. I think Getting Over It's on here. It got very popular. Man, there's so many here that I would consider for myself, but okay. What do we think about Heroes compared to Awakening? What are some thoughts? Okay. I'm gonna say no to Gravity Rush, even though that is a cool game. I mean, there's Homer's choice. No, not only one Fire Emblem. Like, how do we feel about the... Okay, how do we feel about it in general as a mobile thing? This is where I'm expecting Wayward to say something. Horrible. Really? Okay. Despised it. Damn. You wouldn't want to put it on the list? Alright, let's just keep moving. West of Loathing, no. I don't think Origins makes it either. Oh, fuck, maybe it does. I think it might, actually. Yeah, I think it does. Cuphead we have. Edith Finch we have. What the fuck is Butterfly Soup? No. Didn't play everything. I think we put Persona 5 on here. Any objections? You object? Alright, let's hear it. Alright. So this is last year's. These should be fresh in all of our minds. Detroit Become Human. Man. Okay, Pokemon. Let's go Pikachu. I think Beat Saber goes on here. I think Octopath goes on here. Fallout 76. I really love The Messenger and Moonlighter, but I don't think either of them go on here. I think Frostpunk goes on here. Yes, The Messenger? Alright. I want to do Shadow of the Colossus. Do we allow remasters? Well, Shadow of the Colossus didn't come out in any other form this year. And this is a redone from the ground up, right? This isn't just like a port, an upscaled port. No, it was rebuilt. I don't think A Way Out makes it. I never played Grease. I think Sea of Thieves has to go on here, even though I don't think it's that great. I didn't miss much? Damn. Persona 4 Golden? I mean, I'm definitely okay adding that. Okay. Subnautica goes on here. For sure. Smash Ultimate. God of War. Whoops. Monster Hunter World. I don't think Odyssey does, because Odyssey is Origin. I'm debating Into the Breach. Celeste. Yeah, Celeste probably does. Oh, Wreckfest. My baby boy. I think we have to add Red Dead Redemption, even though I don't like it. Thoughts? Are you guys excited for the best part? Where we get to take all of these and make some hard decisions and pare this down to at least half, if not more. And that doesn't include 2019 yet. I don't want to do 2019 yet though, because I don't want to show my hand for the game of the year. So we could do this a few different ways. We can go by year and then pick out maybe the top 2 for that year and then kind of compile them all together. Or we could just take it as a giant list. What do you guys think? I think what we can do is go down the list and then take out the ones that we feel really come out. You would say year by year? There is a lot here. Oh, by the way. Go ahead and tell me if there's any that you think should be added that we haven't. A lot of this is me thinking out loud and then just confirming what people said in chat. If you have something that I didn't put, now's the time to get it, Min. I asked about Necrodancer and nobody agreed. Honey Pop. Massive Chalice. Valhalla. League. Yep. You're right. When did that come out, though? That's why it's not here. Biggest esport in the world? No, we got Fortnite down here. I did get Hotline Miami. Globally, 100%. Not even a doubt. Let's see if there's any big ones we missed. Best games of the decade. There might be some standouts we've missed. Yo, I really want to add Dragon's Dogma, so I'm going to. I should add it, like, here, though. I know it's not making it, but we still have to decide on which Pokemon game to include, by the way. I did grab Mario Kart 8, right? Yeah, okay. See, they have Heavy Rain in here. Fuck it, I'm adding Heavy Rain. Fuck all y'all. All y'all. And whatever. I'm gonna add Meat Boy again, too. I think I might add Bayonetta. I should add Fez. Really? The Last of Us is the best game of the last fucking 10 years? Come the fuck on. Who is this? Games Radar? You just made my shit list. That's fucking ridiculous. No balls at all, man. No balls at all. Okay. I think whoever was saying we should do this by year is probably correct. We should do a shit list too. That's actually a funny idea. That would be way easier too. We did, but I didn't mark them off. Mainly because of Minecraft. Because Minecraft basically was in development from 2010 till it released in like 2012 or something. So like it spanned 3 years. And it was like playable in its state the whole time. It's always in development, yeah. It's kind of hard that way, for sure. So I don't remember where this ends, 2010. I think actually Minecraft does end it, right? Fuck Darksiders? No. I'm not letting that go yet. Because Darksiders is the only good Legend of Zelda game that's come out in years. Maybe all decade. And if you think Breath of the Wild is the best Zelda come out for a while, there's the fucking door. Get out of my fucking chat. I don't want stupid people in here. Eneg, don't make me ban you. I'm kind of interested to see what Polygon says is the number one. Because, I mean, they might actually be correct in, like, the safest possible way. This might be the safest answer I've ever seen in my life. I can understand it, but fuck. Oh. Can you count PT? Because it technically doesn't exist anymore. Except for, like, by those weird people that still have it installed. I don't think you can either. It has existed for exactly 1 decade. Yeah, but this is going to be a list that's done in January of 2020. So it doesn't count. Polygon are dumb. Don't listen to these fucking dipshits. They're video game journalists. They don't know anything about games. It doesn't matter. It was playable. Minecraft was a bad alpha version in 2010, but it was still playable. Listen, I understand that League should be on here, but it just doesn't meet the time requirement. If anything, it probably gets a special shout out though, for like influencing the genre, right? Because the genre got big in 2010 and up. We follow strict rules here. That's goddamn right. I almost want to get Hank in a call here, but I know the only thing he'll say is that he doesn't care what I cut as long as XCOM 2's there. So I don't know if that's gonna be beneficial. He'd vote for Frostpunk too. That's true. Warlords of Draenor should be on the list. That's the spiciest take yet. Okay. Okay, let's all chill. I know what we can do, alright, to start. I think to start... Oh fuck, Doki Doki should be on here. You hate that game so much. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through every single game, and we're all going to unanimously agree if it should be considered a game of the decade, okay? The ones that we all agree that even if we don't like the game, that is like, yeah, that was so big and so, like, beloved, even though I can't see it personally, that it should be on the list. All of those we're going to bold. In bold font, okay? I think Mass Effect 2 is the best Mass Effect game. Yeah, highlight. Highlight works too. I think Mass Effect 2 is on here. Okay. Yeah, I think we all agree Mass Effect 2 is on here. I don't think New Vegas is good, but I think it's the best Fallout, maybe. In the last 10 years. Oh, no one New Vegas? We're moving on. Okay. StarCraft 2. This one's hard because it's also kind of been in development. It's 3 fucking games in one over 10 years, and only one of those expansions was really very good. It deserves it, but personally, no. I think that's where I stand too. $103 is not good. That can be a different color. Oh, this is gonna get so confusing. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. There was a no for this, so we'll move it over, okay? StarCraft 2 we'll just leave as kind of a maybe. Okay. I don't like Portal 2 that much, but I think it is probably on here. I think we all pretty much unanimously agree that it's probably on here. Yeah, we're gonna do another pass after this. This isn't the end list we're creating, just as a heads up. Okay, so you guys knowing now that this isn't the end list, do we think StarCraft goes to, like, the finals, essentially? This is like the first pass to get rid of the bulk. I think it's in the finals for me too. Just because of how important it is, being the last RTS that people play. And also the biggest esport for a long time in Korea. I think Portal 2 is a lock as well. I really don't think that it can be argued Minecraft is a lock. And frankly, maybe the winner. If there was like an order. I don't think we're gonna do an ordered list. But yeah, I think Minecraft's a lock. So. This one is hard for me. There's a reason why Skyrim's out on everything. Like, there's a reason why it's so big. Do we include mods in our judgment of the game? The fact that it had a big enough community where mods could be considered to change the game? Maybe. It was big enough that, like, it had a community willing to do that work. I think there's something to be said for that. No, not how big the community is, but the fact that, like, they kept that game going. I think it makes the pass to the next round at least, you know? I think that's where I would stand. You don't see a list without it? I think I agree. I don't have any really great arguments for Darksiders. Honestly, just that it gave me what I've been wanting from Legend of Zelda for, like, ever. Which is why it stays. No, I'm just kidding. Dark Souls, I think, just stays. Right? Like... I think it just passes. Terraria's a weird one. Because I can't tell if I'm just saying that it's really good because, like, I'm into it. Yeah, I'm okay with just getting rid of Darksiders. But you're right, I should move it to the other column. Just... people still play that game extensively. Yeah. I don't know that Terraria makes a top 50. How many do we have here? I don't know that it makes a top 100, maybe even. I don't know. It could make top 100? Yeah, you might be right. Just like Skyrim. It does have the same lasting power like Skyrim. Terraria is weird because, yeah, that's also technically not finished even. They're adding another update. Yeah. Okay. So Binding of Isaac, the reason I have that on there is because it's the only game that ever since it came out, you could play it still to this day. They keep fucking releasing shit for it. And it's unlikely that you've ever completed it. So, I think... and it's the one that people think about when they think roguelikes. It's definitely one of the most replayable games of the decade. Easily. Same, Wayward. Same. I think this is a lock. For now. I think Bastion goes to the right. Myself. I think Borderlands 2 goes to the right as well. Thoughts? I've never liked Borderlands. That's fair. Yeah, I think we all kind of agree that... because if we do a top 100, these are ones that we could maybe add to 100 if we needed to fill. I could see Borderlands 2 in a top 100. Top 50, I think we have to be a little picky. Which is why I'm still wondering about Terraria, honestly. I think Azura's Wrath goes over to the right. Yeah, I think it's a top 100. If that, honestly. I'm doing it. How do we feel about Dishonored? Oh my god. I think Dishonored is heading to Right Town. Whoa. Fuck Dishonored? Damn. You know, I kind of regret not putting Human Revolution on here. Because I think between... Is it Human Revolution? What's the first one? Deus Ex. Because I think the first Deus Ex is more important than Dishonored 1. I think Dishonored 2 is where that series found its footing. How do we feel about changing Dishonored to Deus Ex? No, sorry, not the original. The, was it Human Revolution or the other one? Deus Ex, Human something. Human Revolution. Deus Ex greater than Dishonored, but then I would move Deus Ex to the right. I would too, honestly. Okay. Either way, whoops. Either way, I think it's kind of agreed that it's not one of the tops. I think The Walking Dead Season 1 is. Though. And I didn't even love it. You know? It made that company. It's specifically that one season. I think it at least moves on, honestly. At least. I don't know that it makes a final cut, but... I almost want to skip XCOM because I think this is going to be a fight between XCOM and XCOM 2. And like what main difference we're looking for. Okay. Let's move on for now. That's going to be a talk, I think. Counter-Strike Go is one of the biggest esports for shooting games. Still. So that probably at least goes to the next round, right? Like, at least. Yeah, it's still... Yeah, for sure. They just had an update that, like, added some stuff to the game, like, a week ago. Okay. So, I like Journey. I think the way people talked about it was overblown. I didn't think it was game-changing or amazing. I could see it being on top 100 for sure. I'm wondering if I could see it at like a 50 or a 51 though. I think it would be low on a 50 or like mid on a top 100. It made games as an art thing arguable. It also had that neat mechanic of introducing players by proximity, like co-op partners. I think we can say yes for now. That's a tough one for me, though. That's a very tough one for me. Yeah, I almost want to move it over to the right as well. Yeah, nobody plays Fire Emblem. Like, I don't know about you, David, but have you ever seen anybody play Fire Emblem? Right. Chat will riot. I know. And to be fair, I got pretty hooked on it for the, like, little bit that I played it before other shit come out. I'm not sure on Spelunky either. Yeah, I don't think Spelunky makes it. I don't think Hotline Miami makes it. I don't think Warframe makes it. I don't think Outlast makes it. Or this. I think 14 is a lock. It hurts, Wayward. It hurts. And we're at 25 out of 120 some, or 112. I don't think Dota 2 may, well, shit. If League's not on here, then Dota has to be. Dota is massive. Yeah. See, the thing is that League is actually the MMO, or the, MOBA. That would be a lock. Well, Homer's happy. Yeah, I think Dota. Okay, I'm gonna do a few things here. And you guys can, we can fight about it after. But just give me a second, okay? Okay, thoughts? Dota 1 was before League, but as a Warcraft 3 thing. Wayward, I know, man. I'm telling you, I'm doing this to games I love, too, and highlighting games I don't necessarily like. I know, Stanley Parable's a hard one for me. That's a really hard one for me. I think... Oh, did I not move it? I think Gone Home should as well, actually. God, it fucking kills me to do this move right here, but I'm doing it. Nuke Sims 4? Yeah. That makes me feel worse? Yeah, I know. I say we cut Last of Us? I would love to. But it's inarguably one of the biggest games of the decade. Unfortunately. Wayward makes a point. I think Stanley Parable stays. I retract. I love Papers, Please, but I don't think it stays. Do we want New Leaf on here? We probably need Animal Crossing on here, right? I heard people playing this game like a year ago. Nah. Not top 50? I mean, I kind of agree. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? New Leaf is like one of the biggest 3DS games. Alright. I think just based that it's kind of its only representation, it's gonna stay at least one more round. I think I'm kind of wanting to cut it though. You can't cut Sims 4 and leave Animal Crossing. That's actually a good point. The Sims 4 is inarguably a bigger thing. I'm kind of okay with doing this for now. Was Tropical Freeze really that good? I never played it. I actually can't make any decision on this. You think so? It's super, super good? Not top 50. Okay, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I dislike Sims 4 over Warframe. So here's the thing. I'm more than happy with doing this. I know you Nintendo fans are fucking crazy about your shitty little Nintendo games, though. So, that's why I kept New Leaf in. Do you think Tropical Freeze stays if The Sims and Animal Crossing don't? Yeah, okay. That's what I'm thinking too. Wait, didn't we have Isaac already? That must have been just a double up. I think I get rid of Destiny. But I'm not sure. It spawned a new IP from the creators of Halo, and it was really beloved. Fuck. Destiny is still popular. I mean, it kind of created different ways. Fuck. All right. Let's do another big chunk, okay? And then we can fight over this. Oh, I did have Necrodancer, by the way. So, there you go. That being said, I'm sorry. Fuck. Oh. I don't want to talk about that. Fuck. Okay, let's discuss. Ori needs to stay? No, the best Metroidvania of the decade is Hollow Knight. Wasn't Inquisition super well received? Yeah. It was. I'm not against having Inquisition make it one more round. I'm actually not against Ori making it another round, honestly. True, Enig, but for what it's worth, Cadence would move to the right as well. Okay, first of all, I know that also, by the way, as somebody who literally does this every year with his favorite games every year, I know how it feels, okay? I get it. Trust me. Now, that being said, let's talk this through. Stick of Truth, I think, is not top 50 quality. Shadow of Mordor either. I'm wondering about Wolfenstein as well. Honestly. I think Destiny stays over Wolfenstein if I was to move one over. But I think it maybe makes one more round. I think we have to agree Hearthstone, even if you don't like Hearthstone as a card game, kind of like popularized card games. And honestly is just good. And I don't even like it. I'm honestly kind of okay getting rid of Destiny. I don't know. I think there's more. I still think there's maybe excuses to be made for these two. I don't think they stay, though. I think they leave early in eliminations. Destiny specifically, I think, has an argument to be made. I'm not sure about Wolfenstein. I kind of want to see all the winners together, and then I'll know how I feel about it. You know what I mean? I think Mario Kart stays. It got enough popularity that it got a deluxe edition and was re-released on the Switch. I think Siege stays. It's a completely different take on the shooter and has been supported for almost 5 years now. Siege is massive too. Yeah, I'm wondering about Life is Strange as well. Life is Strange Life is Strange is just like another version of Telltale's Walking Dead Season 1. It just like repopularized that formula that's been that was dug into the ground. That's why I'm a little... That's why I'm a little not sure on that one myself, to be honest. You would put Life is Strange over Walking Dead? Honestly, the only reason why Walking Dead's on here is because it was like the first one. You think Life is Strange goes into finals too? I think I agree. And then I think it probably wins if we were only to include one. Okay, let's keep moving on. Undertale stays, right? Like, even if you fucking hated everybody that talks about it and like everything that happened with it, like it just stays. Here's another thing. I fucking hate Splatoon. I think it stays. All right. I think we're getting into this a little more. Maybe. Okay, what do we think about Mario Maker? Yeah, because that's what I'm thinking too. It's a giant thing that Nintendo did with it, right? I think Mario Maker does stay. No, Mario Maker 2 is... I think it was bigger that Nintendo announced and released Mario Maker in general, and then 2 is just a better version of that. Like, I think the story is that they made a thing where you can make your own Mario games. Which makes that the bigger one. Hitman over MGS5? Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. This should be gone too. Sorry. I'm not sure on Rocket League either. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure The Witcher stays for me. And I like that game. Rocket League greater than Splatoon? I think Rocket League probably has earned a spot in a finals list, at least. Yeah, I think you guys are right. You really think Hitman should stay? I'm willing to give it a chance. All right, everybody. It's time to talk about whether or not you agree with Kerbal Space Program. What do you guys think? I think Pokemon Go's locked in also. It got nerds to actually leave their fucking house and it created the IRL streaming platform. I think Super Hot might not be on here. Yeah, I think Super Hot does go. I think if Wolfenstein's on here, Doom is on here. At least for another round. Yeah, I think Stardew's probably on here if Terraria's on here. This hurts too. I think I might do this. This. Ugh. think I'd put the Witness here. Overwatch stays. Yeah, there's not enough people pining for Kerbal, I don't think. I think Fortnite has to stay. I don't know. I'm kind of willing to get rid of Doom and Wolfenstein. The more as I go. Because I unfortunately do believe PUBG has to stay too. Doom has to stay. So are we thinking that Overwatch stays then? I mean... I want to keep Sonic Mania, but I don't think it hangs in a 50. How many do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We're doing okay, honestly. We're actually doing okay. You're missing some deep cuts. I think Sonic Mania goes. Pyre stays. I think we get rid of Sonic Mania. I think we get rid of Hellblade. Let's have the Persona argument after. What do we think about Nier? Yeah, you're right. RE7 goes. It might. Resident Evil 2 Remake. We haven't done 2019. And they're completely different. Where they barely even exist in the same world. Okay. I know there's gonna be a riot if I don't do this. Breath of the Wild stays. I like Horizon Zero Dawn, but I don't know that it stays. No, Resident Evil stays. Tenmar's right. You fuckers don't know because you don't give a shit about Resident Evil. Nobody fucking cared about Resident Evil till 7 came out. Nobody. Everybody thought it was dead. So you shut your goddamn trap until you know, alright? Okay, Horizon Zero Dawn. Greater than Breath of the Wild? I mean, I like it better than Breath of the Wild, but like... Homer, you know we're not... You know that Horizon Zero Dawn wasn't as big as Breath of the Wild. You know it wasn't. It was better, though. I mean, do we want to take it into the next round? And then decide if we want to cut it from there? Take it for now? Let's take it for now. So, I know I said that Mario Odyssey was the first 3D Mario I've cared about in years. I'm okay to cut it if we need to. but I would keep it. You'd like it cut? But it shouldn't be yet. Okay, let's... There was never a clear objective for any of the... That's kind of my problem with it too, honestly. Especially with some of the other stuff we have here. That's a good point. Okay. I'm okay doing this right now. Let's just... Snipper Clips was never going to make it into a top 50. It just wasn't. I love it, but come on. Number 1 of the decade. I don't know that Edith Finch makes it either. If Gone Home doesn't make it, I don't think Edith Finch makes it. I don't think Getting Over It makes it. I don't think Octopath does. The Messenger. Shadow. Yeah, I don't think this does. I don't think Dead Cells does. I don't think this does. I don't think this does. Fuck. No to Red Dead? I would love to. But Red Dead was too big to not make it another round, I don't think. I don't even like Red Dead, but it was too big to ignore. Okay. I need your guys' help with Yakuza 0. Was it worth staying? Another... Or was it just like another open world RPG thing? It's not top 50? It's a solid top 100. It lacks the impact for this list. Yeah, that's... Okay. Because I think Assassin's Creed Origins was a revitalization. I personally wouldn't mind cutting it now, but I think it deserves at least another pass, honestly. It was big enough, I think. It deserves being looked at again. It gets cut if Yakuza does. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make the executive decision to keep Pyre for now as well. We still have to have the fight over if Persona 4 Golden is basically the Persona game over Persona 5. So here's the arguments for each. I personally think Persona 4 Golden was better, but it was on a system not many people had, and Persona 5 was easily more accessible for a lot of people. It has a dancing game. A PS2 game, 2 animes. Persona 4 was a better Persona game. Persona 5 was a better overall game. It was a face for Atlas so long. Okay. I need you, people that actually care, to think in your mind right now, right? Close your eyes if you have to. And just think. 50 of the best games in 10 years. Pick one of the Personas. Persona 4 or 5. Just think about them for a moment. And just be like, yeah, that one fits better. All right, I'm just going to warn you that when we get to the second pass, this is going to be an actual fight. All right? I think Origins also stays. I think Beat Saber's neat, but I don't think it stands out. Mainly because not enough people have VR. I think it's still too niche to be a like game of the decade type thing. Yeah, how do we feel about Frostpunk? Where's VR chat? I'll add it to the list of other shit we should look at. I think you might be right. Keep in mind that this isn't the end of the list. We still have the stuff that we might be adding after. I've never played I didn't play Frostpunk either. I just know how people talk about it. It sounds interesting enough that it deserves maybe another look at. I'm okay with getting rid of Sea of Thieves. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree. I think Subnautica stays. Okay, wait, first of all, this is an easy lock. Smash is staying. Monster Hunter World is arguably the only one anybody can fucking wrap their head around and made mainstream success. So it automatically goes. Yeah, I think Subnautica was different enough and did cool things enough that it was worth staying. This reinvented God of War. Yeah, I think all the rest of these stay. I think you're right for now. They're going to be hard cuts, because I think Celeste is going to get cut, but I don't want to do it yet. Does that make sense? I know, Wayward, I know. Well, we're not done. Let's not talk about next round just quite yet. Realistic, there has to be a better way to do this. Can you not? There. Let's get rid of those for now. Okay. Do we think Bayonetta is worth a top 50? Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Tenmar. That's what I'm thinking too. Also, I'm gonna do this right now. I don't think Fez is here either, frankly. And I think Fez has more of a way to be, more of a reason to be there than Bayonetta. I think Honey Pop makes the next round, if I'm gonna be real with you. I think that is different enough that it might. We'll visit that. We'll visit that. We'll have discussions about that one. Okay. Meat Boy is one of my favorite games of all time. But if it didn't make my personal top 10 of the decade, I don't know that it hangs on this. Meat Boy stays? It influenced the genre. This is still first pass. Okay. First pass. Do we think Heavy Rain stays on the first pass? That's pretty unanimous. All right. Man, I love Dragon's Dogma. I'm sorry. There's no place in this world where it's on a top 50. There's no place. I fucking love Dragon's Dogma. Holy shit. That is not a top 50. You gotta put it in a one to the further right. I hate that VR chat might actually have to go in this stupid list, by the way. I mean, fuck, I'm okay with just saying that VR chat, it's more VR. Yo, no, I'm making that decision. Fuck VR chat. That's not going in there. Fuck VR chat. I don't think Nuclear Throne makes it either. I'm sorry, Wayward. Wayward, I'm cutting all of them. All of your games. I don't think Nuclear Throne makes it. And besides you, I might be the only other person here that that would vouch for it. Whoops. I honestly just feel like I'm shitting on Wayward. Like, damn. All right. Let's make some easier cuts first. I'm sorry. I think the game's very good. I don't think this game's very good, but... And again, I think this game is very good. What do we think about Massive Chalice? Because I'm ready to cut it. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Uchel. Massive Chalice greater than XCOM 1. Okay. We'll let Homer explain that one then. So what we're doing right now is just the first cut of like games we obviously feel should just at least be in the first round, right? Here, fine. It's like the only Kirby representation. I'm gonna throw you a bone here. Just know that this is probably not gonna make it. Like, realistically, it probably isn't. And I'd like to hear more about Massive Chalice. Yeah, kind of just everything. We never decided which Pokemon it is, by the way. Are we saying X, Y? Or are we saying Sun, Moon? Black and White? Was that even this decade? Holy shit. Both Black and White and Black and White 2 were. Hey, Zeiss. It's only been 3 hours? So, we have from... Holy shit, we have a bunch we could do here. What Pokemon game are we thinking here? I would honestly... If you guys really wanted Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee as well as another Pokemon game, I think there's enough of a difference between those that I'd be willing to make an argument for it. for the first pass, you know? But yeah, I think generally people don't like the Let's Go games, so... Black 2, White 2 is the safest. So is there no love for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? Those were probably the biggest out of all of these, right? Because people like revisiting. Oh, did they do a bad job? Oh. They liked them but didn't love them? Okay, so what are the Pokemon games that people loved in the last 10 years? Like, absolutely loved. I'm gonna quickly go pee and grab a little bit more water. Actually, okay. Hank, are you wanting to jump into Discord? And then while I take a small break, you can chat with chat a little bit? Alright, cool. Pokemon Emerald, Platinum. Yo.
Yo.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Chat, you can hear him okay, right?
Can you guys hear me?
That delay, though. Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna grab water and go pee. You can argue about Pokemon for a second.
Alright. Yo, X and Y, the best. Then Let's Go. And then Sun Moon. And also, importantly, Moon well above Sun. Because the Pokedex entries, way better. Sun, bottom tier. That's really my most important take, is that Moon is way better than Sun. Ew, Black and White 2. Ew. Let's Go, it was nice to play the OG Pokemon games that I just love. And like the simplicity was nice, like going back to basics. I don't know, there's something about it. Also, you can ride Charizard and fly, so that makes it way better than a normal Pokemon game, because you can just fly around on Charizard. Wow. Or Dragonite, you know. Also, Dragon Ball Fusions is the best Pokemon game of the decade. That's my take.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
I mean, my hot take is that Dragon Ball Fusions is the best Pokemon game of the decade.
Oh, for Christ's sakes.
But I was also saying Let's Go is really good because you can actually ride your Charizard and fly around.
Is it worth putting it on the
Like,
list for now?
literally Fly.
It is different
Probably
enough.
Not.
Probably not.
It is.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth putting on. I just think X and Y is the Pokemon game. Like, that's my strong opinion. Also, if you're gonna put on Sun and Moon, I would only put on Moon. Fuck Sun. Those Pokedex
What's the
entries are way
difference?
worse.
Oh.
All the good Pokedex entries, like the thing that actually I loved about that game, are all in Moon. Like the weird dark ones about Pokemon eating each other and stuff.
Everybody's saying Black and White too, so...
Yeah, I didn't love Black and White. So Black and White 2 was way too much.
Oh, so you didn't play it?
I did. I just
Oh.
didn't have it. I didn't like it.
Oh, gotcha.
Like I don't even know if I finished Black and White 2.
Okay.
And I was like super hardcore Pokemon player at that time. I probably I just played it way less.
You and I need to have a discussion. We need to do this XCOM thing.
Okay.
So you know why XCOM 1 is on there. Because it actually put that style of game and the name XCOM on the map.
If you're arguing historical importance, I have no argument. XCOM 1, way historically relevant. XCOM 2, War of the Chosen, way better game. I don't think there's an argument. Honestly, I think it's just way better. It has way more variety. You have the systems are better. Like your mission types are just fucking cool.
If you were to read a list of the 50 best games of the last 10 years, which one of these is on there?
I mean, if it's safe and generic, it would be the original. If
All
it's
right,
actually
safe and
the best
generic it
games,
is.
It'd be XCOM 2 War of the Chosen.
Unfortunately, we kind of have to go safe and generic, otherwise PUBG wouldn't be on here. Like a little bit. There should still be a little of flavor on it.
It's XCOM 2 created, kind of established a new genre, but I think Massive Chalice is better than it as a game, and then I think War of the Chosen is even better than that. And I think the weird part was that XCOM 2 was worse than Massive Chalice and XCOM 1 until XCOM 2 was worse until War of the Chosen, and then it got better.
So what you're telling me is that
left over them.
If War of the Chosen is on here, Massive Chalice honestly isn't either.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that totally.
Well, lucky for you, you get to join me for the next part, which is going to be everybody's favorite, cutting amazing games that are inarguably the best of their class.
Yeah.
This is the part that people love.
So the problem is now I want to just cut XCOM 1 because I have compared to these other games, I don't have any strong feelings towards that.
Oh, don't worry.
That's the problem.
These other games are going to get cut.
The War of the Chosen, I might argue to be on the top 10. XCOM 1, no. So that's people who fought that fight. That's where I am on now.
Don't worry, most of these are getting cut.
I mean, yeah. There's only so many games.
I just want to see how many we're at.
Okay, also here's my art. Massive Chalice, it's like XCOM, but you can watch your fighters grow old and die. And then one of them gets a weird trait where they never die from old age, and they're just this super old person. It's amazing.
That's depressing.
Also, people can retire and become scribes. And then if your scribe place gets attacked, then is the only way they then fight. It's just really good with systems. Also, there's a lot of stuff in there about you're building your gear specifically out of the parts of the enemies you're beating. So there's way more thematic stuff to the upgrade trees. Which I honestly, XCOM 2 takes a lot of that stuff too.
Okay. So, there's good news and bad news.
Yeah.
The good news is we only have 56.
Nice.
Bad news is we haven't done 2019 at all. So we actually need to cut at least 10. Probably.
Uh-huh.
Yo. We should pare it down even more. Let's do a top 20.
Yeah. Yo, just keep cutting it.
I mean,
the part of this.
I kind of want to do a
You
top
really
50. I kind of want to do a
brutally
top 50,
destroying
a
great
top
games.
20, and then a 10, and then a 5.
Yeah. Sure. We'll have demarcation points. We cut it all down to top 2, and then no more. We don't declare a winner.
Man, we couldn't even. We would still have to cut it down from a top 100.
Yeah.
Like even with the other stuff we cut. Yikes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think honestly, if I'm gonna start being more brutal, there's easy cuts here. If I was
Oh,
doing
yeah.
a top 10,
Uh-huh.
but luckily I already did my top 10, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm almost wondering if I should start grabbing from 2019, because I grabbed the like biggest and most loved games of 2019 doesn't mean I'm giving away which ones I liked.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, fuck it. We'll just keep it out for now.
Yeah. You'll just have to do a follow-up
Yeah.
after Game of the Year.
Yeah, no, exactly. Okay. I almost want to start from the bottom and going up, because that's where we start getting a little easier on it. So,
I mean, I want to start like grouping them by type.
by
And
type,
cutting those
yeah.
and cutting like the bottom of those.
Can we just cut Epic Yarn? Yes.
Yeah.
We
No,
absolutely
that was definitely one
can.
I was seeing still in there. I'm like, why is Kirby's Epic Yarn still here?
So I
What are
was
you doing?
giving Junkie some lip service.
I mean, I like that game. It's like freeing when you're playing a game with like no challenge. It's just a nice time. And also that part where Kirby says it feels like pants in the opening cutscene is real good.
The wholesome narrator.
Yeah. It's a nice time.
Totally bear music. I very much appreciate that. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought you said you're more beautiful when your head is down, so I thought that was an insult at first. So I was thinking of what I could say to you back that would burn you. But then I reread it and I was just like, I actually kind of needed that. It's been a rough last couple weeks, so thank you. And you're right. Okay. No, there has to be a better way to do this. I kind of want to see how many are left.
Still cut Epic Yarn.
No, we're definitely still cutting Epic. Okay, let's whittle this down to 50.
Okay.
So we need to get rid of 6. Like,
Yep.
I think Epic Yarn goes. That's just true.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I love Pyre, but I'm okay cutting it, honestly, here.
Oh, I don't want to cut Pyre. I
Not
fucking
quite
love
yet.
that game.
I
Yeah.
really want to cut one of the Personas. I really do.
I mean, I want to cut 5. It was like my number 5 game of that year. Like, and I like that game a lot. I just Persona 4 like actually means something to me, and Persona 5 was just, a good game.
Eneg, jump in. Let's go. Let's have one person on each side.
Nice. Because I had the problem is I have like a really single strong point for why I think Persona 4 is better, but it's kind of a spoiler. Mild, but it's about the way the game's structured, kind of.
Where's the Persona dancing game? That was never gonna sit as a top 50.
Only in my heart.
Yeah, same.
It's in my heart forever.
Bought a Vita for that fucker.
I mean, I bought a Vita for Golden, but then that was a nice bonus.
Alrighty, Neg. What's the
Okay.
counter argument?
Okay. So the reason I think Persona 5 should be there is A, its impact of just like actually making Persona popular.
I kind of agree with that. I like 4 better, by
Because-
the way, just as a heads up.
I like them in like descending order basically. 3
Okay.
is my favorite, then
Okay.
4, then 5. But despite that, 5 is still a better than like average game. It's more accessible because that is
Well, here's my thing.
Mhm.
I don't think Persona 5 makes the top 10 if you cut it. Like if you cut Persona 4 down to Persona 5, I would not argue for 5 remaining on the list as we get cuts. I think Persona 4's impact on I just think it's better. It's better. I don't know. That one
Go figure.
But the thing is, Persona 5 has a the way it's built is like about a mystery, but in 5 it's not a mystery. It's only built that way because that's how his 4 was a mystery. But in 5 they don't like let the mystery be a mystery. They just tell you shit. And it's only structured in that particular way because it's copying 4.
But and then see that's my problem that I had with 4 was that
Uh-huh.
I felt that 4 was so much of a clone of 3
Yeah.
that it didn't have any of the like the
Yeah,
story
but see,
didn't
they
have
actually let you
value.
play the game in 4, whereas in
Yeah.
3 you couldn't control your other characters, which is literally was the deal breaker when I tried to play
Oh,
3.
it's
Like
not
that actually drives me insane. I can't deal with it.
I don't know. I think that's
Like,
okay. It's the way
that's
the
a
way I-
gameplay thing though, which I think is even bigger.
Yeah, like the thing for me is like I break them down into like Persona 3 is the best Persona game. Persona 4 is like the funnest and most well-rounded Persona game. And then Persona 5 is like the best mainstream Persona game. And I think that being the best mainstream one, and also honestly, it's kind of easily the best looking, like in terms of not just like graphics, but actually just like the art direction in that game is just so good.
I mean, the UI is very good.
Okay. Are we gonna have to look up numbers and find the objective better game that way? Are we gonna have to look up numbers to what sold better and maybe poll results? I'm
I mean, I'm
almost
okay
with
with
Tenmar
that.
with cutting both. Because I'm looking at this again. What the fuck was I thinking cutting Witcher 3? That's one of the biggest RPGs ever. Witcher 3's going back in.
I mean, I think there's a few easier cuts that we were on the fence on. that
Here
we
I
should
will also say this: the Persona games are just better Pokemon games. They're just better.
Hey, I'm okay with
Also,
cutting
it's-
Pokemon too.
Yeah.
Don't tempt me.
But if you're going the sales argument, Pokemon blows it out of the water. So like, if you're just going like biggest cultural impact, Pokemon's way bigger.
Sure.
So-
Yeah, for sure. Is there a
It
good
depends
like
it depends what grounds you're arguing on.
list maker app site, online list maker? Oh, but then I'll have to type them all in again. I just want to be able to like mix and match them. That's not just in a fucking spreadsheet.
Can you not make
But-
like a filter?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
Fair.
I don't
I
want to
also
put in
think
the
Persona
work.
5 takes like 20 hours to get to hook me, and Persona 4 immediately hooked me. I don't know.
And also, Persona 5 was like, despite me not loving it as much as the other ones, I still like went in and platinumed that game. Like that game doesn't. That game's real good at just like getting it. Once you're hooked on it, it's really hard to get away from it.
Look, I've only platinumed one game, and it's Persona 4 Dancing All Night.
Yeah,
But that's because I love the Persona 4 characters.
Oh, I want to
That's
add
fair.
them into different numbered lists, basically.
Look, Persona 4 is the best. You can tell it's the most important because it's the only one they actually got a story mode in its dancing game.
Oh god, I blame Persona.
That's the
5.
only one.
You know what? No, okay, I take back
It
everything
matters.
I said. Persona 5 ruined Persona 3 dancing, so Persona 4 Golden can stay.
I really don't want to do it that way. I really don't feel good about that. We almost have 100. Like, we're at 110 total. You think we can cut 10 from the giant list and that whole list is our top 100? I think we can cut 10.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's.
I want to cut
think
VR
hard
chat
to
so
fit.
bad, and I'm going to unless somebody says something right now. Kurt, everybody's saying Kirby.
Oh. They just hate the feel of pants.
I honestly think it's because they want to trigger him.
I think it's because it's not that good. It's like fine.
It's honestly not that good. I agree.
I mean, I would cut Heavy Rain too.
No, I think Heavy Rain has to stay, unfortunately. There has to be one of those. Although, we could replace it with Detroit Become Human.
I mean, I would replace it with Until Dawn if you're gonna have one of those.
You're actually right. I'm actually gonna do that. Until Dawn is way better.
Until Dawn is the best example of that
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah, you're right.
adventure.
Yeah, it's true. I'd be almost... I'm gonna cut Outlast. Fuck Outlast. I'm the only one who, like, had any reason to put it on there, and I don't like it. So...
Does Stick of Truth really hang in a top 100 of the decade?
Like, I was wondering that too, and I kind of think it does. Kind of. But I'm like not... I think it does more than Gods Will Be Watching, not because it's a better game, but because it's Paper Mario. Like, and there hasn't been one of those for a long time. Until, like, they release the bad ones, I guess. You're not sure about Inquisition? No, Inquisition definitely is on here.
Inquisition's very good.
For like the... We're talking 100, by the way. I just want to make that clear. So let's look at both lists here. Because you're right, Inquisition isn't 50. Top 50. I agree with this. So
I mean,
we need
were
to cut
already
9 more.
ready. We were ready to move Dragon's Dogma already into its own pile.
I really like Dragon's Dogma, but yeah, I'm okay cutting it. Or Dogma, I know. I think Gods Will Be Watching has to go, Homer, unless you can really convince me right now.
I fucking love it, but I don't know that I can argue for it on this list. Like, honestly. I think
Okay.
it's great, but, like, fucking who the fuck else played that game?
That's what I mean. Yeah. Not that, like, it has to be other people have played it, but, like... So, we need to cut 7 more then?
I might cut, say, Sonic Mania.
Yeah... I think I would cut Dancing All Night before that, though. Sonic Mania was at least a Sonic game that was good. Okay. Fuck it, let's just go from the... I really think Kirby's Epic Yarn needs to go. I'm sorry.
yeah.
It's going.
How have we not cut that
I'm
yet?
so sorry. But come on. I think Darksiders might have to go too. And that really hurts. I'm gonna put that as a maybe. Because I think it's gonna go. I'm pretty sure it's gonna go. I think Bayonetta's okay staying. I think Fez is okay staying. Bastion's okay staying. I think Borderlands has a reason to stay.
Yeah.
I think I would put Dishonored 2 over Dishonored, but Dishonored kind of like introduced that. Oh wait, what the fuck? I never even added Deus Ex, did I?
Nope.
We have to cut 7 then.
I mean, I would say Dishonored 2 over Dishonored 1 also. But because it has that clock level. That's like that Titanfall 2 level.
Like, I don't like Fallout New Vegas, but I think it has to stay. I don't think that's even arguable. That's the Fallout that people talk about.
Yeah.
If Kirby's gone, is it time to cut Donkey Kong also?
See, I was kind of thinking the same, but as somebody who loves Donkey Kong games and unfortunately didn't play it, it sounds like no.
Like, that game's really well liked, but man, top 100 for 10 years is...
Do we think Nuclear Throne stays?
It's
So
hard.
here's the thing, is that I would almost
Yes,
replace Nuclear
actually.
Throne with Enter the Gungeon.
I
'Cause-
wouldn't. I think Nuclear Throne is better.
It's not.
And I wouldn't take either of them, honestly.
Yeah, I'm almost be more willing to do that. Honestly, I think Gungeon should just be added, even if it gets cut.
I would cut Gungeon.
I'm just, I mean, I would cut Massive Chalice, so let's find other ones first.
Sure. Does Valhalla stay?
I was thinking the
think-
same. I really like that game, but I don't know that it does.
It's cool.
That game is so good, though. That's literally my game of the decade. And there was a lot of people in chat that are real big fans of that game.
Actually, yeah, I'll cut Gungeon. I'm okay with not having that. I'm okay with not having Nuclear Throne either, honestly.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm okay with not having Shadowrun Returns. And I do like that game. Besides Uchel, I think I'm the only person that would keep it on here. So I think I'm okay with
Yeah, I
cutting
don't-
it.
I don't have an opinion on that one.
I kind of want to cut Shadow of Mordor, but I think it's important enough of a thing to be in the top 100. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not.
Was FTL not on the list? I thought it was. Oh. Did I forget to write it down? Because FTL definitely should be. Alright, well, I'm going to put FTL then.
Yeah. FTL should be on the list.
Yeah,
Yes.
FTL should be on here. Yeah, I'm okay with getting rid of Gone Home, honestly. The more I think about it.
Yeah, I'm good with Gone Home moving.
Yeah. I agree with that too. Oh yeah, Persona Dancing needs to die. That's true. That's very true. I honestly kind of thought I did. Honestly.
Me and Homer had a nice little moment of silence for that.
I think Reigns maybe dies because there were other better mobile games if we wanted like a mobile representation at all. What
Yeah,
even
we
is
got
Reigns?
Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I think that goes. Reigns goes.
And let's just
You
get
just
rid of
choose
VR
your own
chat.
adventure Tinder.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of VR chat. It just feels better to do that. Honestly, it just does.
And then Nuclear Throne.
I'm looking for other cuts first.
Okay, what about Kerbal?
Here's the thing, is that I would cut it, but it fills a space and has filled a space that like no other game had.
Yeah.
Like it was real big. Honestly, it still
I
is
would-
real. Why do you,
I would cut Night. Night
why
in
do
the
we
Woods.
need an end goal? Do you people not want to just talk about video games? Like, am I the weird one for just loving to talk about games?
No, I've
I'm
been wanting to
with
do
you.
this for a long time.
Like, none of this matters. Because no matter what, I'm still gonna play and like what I play and like, right? I just want to
Yeah,
chat
man.
about games.
Yeah, man.
So initially, when we proposed Super Hot, I was really on board with that staying for a long time. And then the moment we went to cut it in the first cut,
I'm sorry, it's a
I
top
was-
100 at least. It's not going from here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it just isn't.
The problem is it's kind of like two games. It's like
Yeah,
regular Super Hot and then Super Hot VR.
look, nobody said this list making was easy, okay?
That's why the Banner Saga trilogy.
I know this is gonna piss off everybody. I'm okay cutting Link Between Worlds right now.
No. I cut Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze first.
Also, what about the two games sandwiching Link Between Worlds? Do we get rid of one or both of Sims and Animal Crossing?
I honestly think at least Sims 4 has to stay. Even though I would be so happy cutting it.
Sims 4 has to be here.
Does it? Now that I'm saying it out loud?
I don't know. Like,
Heroes is still in. I'm okay cutting Heroes.
You would kill me.
The reason why Heroes is here, honestly, is because it did something different in that space.
Yeah, man.
But I'm definitely okay killing it.
Idiots.
Because, I mean, Blizzard's basically been okay killing it for the last year or two.
Yeah. It's so good though.
I think it goes. I would actually even like to kill Bloodborne, but I know I would like lose my Souls card if I did that because people love that game for some reason. Why am I doing this such a weird way? I'm like breaking my brain.
Oh,
I'm
Why are you
like-
having things in the list twice?
Do I? What do I have in the list? Twice?
No, you were like
Oh, I
copy
did.
pasting
Yeah,
instead of
yeah,
cut
yeah.
pasting.
Yeah. Cuphead
Alien
probably should
Isolation?
stay, right? If nothing else, just for bringing that aesthetic to a video game.
I
'Cause,
don't
like-
personally like it, but I think what it did is important enough.
Does Brothers really belong here? I don't know. Because I don't particularly think it's amazing. I just really think it has a good payoff. Wait, nobody's fighting for Brothers at all? I'm kind of willing to cut it. Like, can I talk
I'm
about
willing to
why
cut it.
it's on here? Or is that like a spoiler thing? Kirby had better platforming. It's not the platforming, it's the fact that that whole game revolves around a mechanic that has like really important. It has a really impactful way on how it ends because it like kills half of your fucking control, literally.
Yeah.
Like, it's really neat what it does, but like it's a fucking hour long basic. Like, I can cut it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine cutting it.
I'm kind of fine cutting it too, because it didn't like make me cry or anything. Like, it didn't have its effect that I think it meant for it to.
I mean, I think it's neat, but I don't think it's top 50.
I don't actually even know how much we have left. We might be fine. I lost count. So 24. 2, 3, 4.
Just do a count.
We need to cut one more.
Night in the Woods.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
are we really keeping a fucking expansion on here? Are we really keeping War of the Chosen?
It's a complete game. It's
Why
the
is Dragon
whole
Age on there?
package. Just like Shovel Knight is the whole treasure trove. XCOM 2 War of the Chosen is the whole complete package. Just like Warframe is all of Warframe.
So I don't particularly like Night in the Woods. The only reason it's on here is like because people are obsessed with that game. So I'm definitely okay cutting Night in the Woods if that was an actual serious
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What was that art game? But keep Kirby off. Okay, is it? Let's throw Junkie a bone here. Kirby's Epic Yarn over Sonic Mania? No, 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 no. That is so not true. If there's something we could get rid of for Kirby, what would it be? I'm kind of okay cutting Metal Gear Solid 5. To be honest.
I can't cut Metal Gear Solid 5 for Kirby. You can fucking tie
Yeah.
Okay,
balloons to
okay,
everything,
okay.
steal people's mixtapes.
But hear me out. Cut Metal Gear Solid 5 for Metal Gear Survive. Cut Metal Gear Survive
Yeah.
for Kirby.
That first one, you definitely did not get me. I don't want Metal Gear Survive anywhere near this list. That's just gross. Can't even be on here as a joke.
Okay, so now what we have to do...
Alien Isolation for Kirby?
You might actually have something there. No on that?
Only if you...
Or Animal Crossing. There's no way Kirby trumps Animal Crossing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Or Stick of Truth, or that. Honestly, Isolation might be the one if there's one.
It's a nice time as opposed to a bad time. You know, purposefully.
Chunky.
Bad time. You're being hunted.
Okay, let's move 6 from the top 50 over now, though.
Okay.
So
Red Dead.
Red Dead.
Holy shit, I just realized. We have 100. Persona 4 and 5 can stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So which one of those is not top 50 material? Which one?
Can we put them 40 or 50 and 51?
Okay, let's find the ones that are top 100 material and not top 50 maybe first.
Red Dead.
I personally agree with you. But there has to be an actual first cut here.
What about Frostpunk then? Since it
Yeah.
seems like not a lot of us really know a ton about it or have a lot going for it.
I've heard really good
Other
things
than
about
funny
Frostpunk,
about it. That
but
game's fucking great.
I think it's a maybe 100. Like, not number 100, but a top 100. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, that was probably my game of the year last year.
Yeah.
That and Monster Hunter.
I would put Journey over.
I have no feelings for Journey. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'd be fine to move Journey over. Also, we were already on the fence.
Telltale's The Walking Dead, I could also move over.
Yeah. I think Telltale's The Walking Dead moves over, and Life is Strange stays top 50.
I could also move over Life is Strange.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see what other stuff comes up here.
But specifically with Walking Dead, I think its impact has lessened over. Like, I think it was way more impactful when it came out, and it has definitely waned.
Sure. This is just gonna get harder. Does Pyre get moved? I think Pyre might get moved. Maybe.
I wasn't huge on Pyre.
Pyre is really good.
Love that game.
Yeah.
I love the structure of it and like how differently it can play out.
The only problem
Even,
I have
like,
with Pyre is the
based
part
on
that's
the-
a video game.
Yeah.
I really like everything else. I just felt every time I had to play the game, I just wanted to like stop and talk to the other people more. Honey Pop has to move? Oh, I don't know about that, buddy. It's a dating sim with Bejeweled? Done properly. How does that not sound like one of the most impressive feats of the last 10 years?
Junkie, you sound like someone who hasn't played Honey Pop and gotten into it.
I will say, a big problem with Honey Pop is that it doesn't have, like, a game mode. I think that would have been cool. But also would have doubled the time to make, and energy, and money.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, we could move over Assassin's Creed Origins.
I don't know. That was a resurgence for that series.
Doom and Wolfenstein? Either of those
I think
two?
Wolfenstein can move over.
Wolfenstein.
That's an easy
Yeah.
one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have New Leaf here twice by accident.
Yeah. Instead of Wolfenstein, you put in New Leaf again.
New Order. Okay. Oh, Dream Daddy. Dream Daddy might have had a spot on here too. Fuck. We can talk about maybe changing stuff out after we have like a solid base too.
Did we want to shuffle? We were also thinking about shuffling StarCraft over earlier.
No,
I think StarCraft is actually too important. Fortunately, unfortunately, whatever. I think it might be too important. It's actually the last bastion for RTS games.
Yep. And it was actually popular. Unlike some of the other games I want to fight for. StarCraft 2 was actually popular.
Yeah. I'm starting to think Journey's the...
Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. Maybe it's time to start thinking of the top 25 and moving those over. Because then we can more easily see. Oh my god. You're right, we still don't have the 50 because we have 56 or whatever. You're actually right, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So we're at 54. We only moved 2. How fucking depressing is that?
We could move Life is Strange over.
I know I can, but I'm wondering if I want to. That's the part I'm having trouble with. But I think maybe we should.
I think we can move The Witness over also.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm usually pretty good at being brutal with myself on what I liked more. This is really difficult when you go over 10 years worth of shit.
Yep.
Like, really difficult. I think I would move Mario Kart. And
I was
Destiny.
considering it.
I mean, personally, I would move Smash before I would move Mario Kart.
I would move Destiny for sure.
Yeah, I think Destiny moves.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Does Stanley Parable?
Yeah, I don't know about that one either.
Between Stanley Parable and Journey, which one would you rather leave on this list?
Journey.
Stanley Parable for me, but
Why not both?
I mean, I'd be fine with both.
Yeah.
Stanley Parable. And where the fuck is Journey? It was like early, yeah.
Right below CSGO.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna still have some moving around to do.
Probably.
Whoops.
Almost certainly.
I haven't been paying attention.
The work is never done.
Yeah.
Lists are never finished. They're only a bend.
Oh, trust me. I'm aware. We need to move 1. We still have both personas here? What the fuck? Which persona is the top 50? One of these is moving.
I mean, Golden's the top 51. Easy.
As somebody who likes 4 from the amount I played compared to 5, yes.
I can live with that. I still think 5 is more deserving, but I like 4 more.
Okay. Top 25. Here we go.
Start with the easy ones.
What are the easy ones?
Assassin's
Minecraft.
Creed.
Okay,
No,
hold
top
on.
25.
Undertale. Minecraft.
Oh, you're starting with the easy ones to put over there. I see.
Yeah.
Mass Effect 2.
I mean, I agree, but... Oh, wait, 25? Definitely, 25, yeah. Sorry, I thought we were on 10 for some reason.
No.
Dark Souls,
Dark
yeah.
Souls.
Dark Souls is an easy one.
Dark Souls, yeah.
CS:GO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Nier? I don't know about that, but yeah, maybe. As much as I would love it, I think Pokemon Go has to.
Mm-hmm.
Hearthstone, probably.
Fortnite has to.
Yeah, but does PUBG? I don't want PUBG to.
I don't think PUBG has to, but I think Fortnite has to.
Yeah. I also think Hearthstone
PUBG might
has
make
to.
it, but I don't think PUBG has to.
Yeah.
Hearthstone has to for sure.
Yeah. I really want Siege to. I'm gonna do Siege and then maybe I turn it back if we have to.
Yeah.
Oh, Breath of the Wild has to, unfortunately.
Fortunately.
It's a bad game. It's like objectively not a bad game. I just don't like it as a Legend of Zelda game.
I
I think Smash has to. Oh, does it though? You know what? Let's hold off. Maybe it doesn't need to.
There's a lot of Nintendo stuff here.
Hollow Knight? Yeah, I think Hollow Knight does too.
I think Dota 2 has to be top 25.
You do you? Wait, where is Hollow Knight?
Did you not put on Hollow Knight?
Wait, is Hollow Knight seriously not on here?
You fucked up.
Yeah, it's not on here.
Alright, what are we cutting?
Alright, what are we cutting? We have 2 lists to pick from now for cuts. Cut Kirby again?
Cut.
Yeah. I just added Hollow Knight there. No. I just typed it in. We have 2 Animal Crossings?
We do. There are 2 Animal Crossings there.
Beautiful. Crisis averted. But now we have
Saved
to
by our
move
own
one,
incompetence.
I think, right?
Yeah, we have to move one out of the top 50.
Yeah, okay.
So less.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about...
Assassin's Creed?
Maybe? Alright, this is gonna get shit on, but hear me out. Pokemon.
Because it's black and white too, I have no problem. I don't want that one.
I don't know. Pokemon's just been like so divisive.
Yeah, but we have Pokemon Go in the top 10. That's the Pokemon game of
It's actually, he's
public
actually
merit.
right. Yeah. He's actually
You're just
right.
going by public merit and not by the one I like.
The thing is
then
that
Pokemon
we're
Go.
not going just by public merit. We're
Yeah.
kind of going by like the community and public merit. It's weird.
Yes.
But I mean,
the
that's
problem
what
is
lists
the
are.
community picked the Pokemon game I care about the least. So, I'm fine moving it down. It's not it's not X. I don't want to fight for it. If it were X, I would fight for top 50, but it's black and white too. So, nope.
Does Hitman deserve to 50? Honestly, probably.
Yes.
It probably
Yeah.
does. I don't think it deserves 25 though, if that's any consolation. I am wondering about Frostpunk though. I'm kind of wondering
Frost-
why we still have Massive Chalice here, but I'm just kind of taking it in that Homer knows his stuff, and it might get replaced if we find a game that we forgot by the end. That's way better.
Massive Chalice is really fucking good.
It's really good.
Hey, pizza.
Again, I can't argue for it other than like on popularity or anything. I can just only argue it to that it's a very good game.
Do we go back to the Terraria discussion then?
I would move The Witness.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy move, actually, I think. I'm kind of okay with that.
Witness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of agree that The Witness would be a top 100, but not a top 50. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Mario Maker is a top 25.
It was a huge game changer. Like, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd make an argument for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just looking through these and, like, they're all kind of getting pretty close together.
I think Monster
Mhm.
Hunter's top 25.
I can agree to that.
I mean, you hate Monster Hunter, you bought it and played hours with me. So,
It was like my game of the. It was that and Frostpunk were my 1-2 for game of the year.
that game's just so God of War top 25? I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. God, that game was amazing. Reinvented that series. Subnautica goes to 25? I could kind of see it. I think Nier does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved here.
I'm moving Resident Evil, because you fuckers don't know. You just don't know.
Do it.
You don't know how much 6 got shit on. And for 7 to come out and, like, revitalize that series, you just don't understand. But I do... Oh,
Binding of Isaac.
wait, Smash has to move over. Yeah. Isaac over Meat Boy for sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of agree that 14 should go over just because of what
Yeah.
14 went through.
I kind of think so too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think 14 should. I think that might be the end of the line for 14, though. I don't know that that's top 10.
Yeah.
GTA 5 needs to go over, right? Literally being the
Honestly,
biggest
yeah.
individual piece of
Yeah.
media ever.
No,
Yep.
it does.
GTA 5 needs to go
I'm just
over.
waiting.
Red Dead definitely doesn't.
Out of the two, I think I would put GTA 5 over, just out of like
Yes.
personal things too. Yeah.
I mean,
How strongly do you Fire Emblem boys feel about Awakening being in the 25?
I think Awakening should move over.
I'm fine with it in that 25 to 50 range, honestly. I don't know if there's 5 more things on this list I would move over, but it's going to be close. I think I'd rather have PUBG over there, just because PUBG literally started, like,
Yeah, but it's
huge
bad.
obsession.
That's the problem, is that it's a bad game.
Uh,
That's why Fortnite's over there, because Fortnite took what PUBG started and made a decent free-to-play thing. Otherwise, Fortnite wouldn't be over there either. Yeah, we still don't have 2019 in here either. So, things will probably get kicked out.
I think Fire Emblem should move over.
yeah.
And XCOM shouldn't.
Okay.
In
Yeah,
terms of
Okay.
strategy game representation.
Yep. I think you might be right that Dota has to go over,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's top 10.
No.
that's fine.
I mean, even people that like play Dota regularly probably don't have it in their top 10, frankly. It's just one of those games.
I mean, it's no Heroes of the Storm.
Right, exactly. That's what I meant. We have 3 slots left.
The one that stands out to me the most that I could see moving
Persona
over
4.
Celeste.
Celeste needs to be top 25.
I don't agree, but
I think just the complete package of that game. There's not a bad piece of that game. The story is like impactful. The gameplay is really, really good and well thought out. The art is solid. The music's really good. There's not like one thing that's bad.
I feel like Subnautica needs to be there. It's so different.
I would put Subnautica before I would put Celeste.
I think Subnautica
so
has to go over. I think Celeste
Yeah.
also has to go over.
I think it's hard to argue that The Witcher 3 shouldn't go over.
Yeah. Maybe.
And I love that game, but I think it's probably
Yeah,
should
no,
be
I get you.
25.
I get you.
Definitely over Red Dead.
Yeah, no, Red Dead's not going anywhere. Like, sorry to anybody who thought it might. It ain't.
Maybe Skyrim needs to be the one that moves first, though.
See, I'm thinking StarCraft.
I'm 100% up for StarCraft. Man.
I think you and me are the only people
literally
in the
the-
world that
the
still
only-
care.
The only representation for that genre.
That's what I mean. And I
Also,
like that
it's cool.
genre. Okay. Red Dead's not going. Frostpunk is not going. Origins is not going. You could make an argument for Odyssey, otherwise I doubt it. Horizon
don't think
isn't.
so.
Persona 4 isn't. PUBG isn't. Pyre isn't. There might be an argument for Overwatch and Doom, but unlikely. There is an argument for Stardew. And Terraria. Hitman isn't. Rocket League, I don't think so. Splatoon, I don't think so. Life is Strange isn't. Neither. Pokemon or Mario Kart and Pokemon, no. I don't think Honey Pop either.
Like, I personally think Honey Pop, but man,
that's a
weird
hard
way to-
sell. Over The Last of Us and The Witcher 3, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm thinking now we might throw something else out for The Last of Us. But I don't know what it would even be. Actually, I don't think I would. I feel pretty good about the 25 looking at it so far.
Yeah.
Like, looking at it, I feel like, yeah, this deserves to be here. Like, easily. Like, for every one of our choices so far. The one I would move is Celeste for Last of Us, and I just don't feel good doing that. I don't feel good doing that at all.
So basically, the 3 arguments for the last spot are
Last of Us, Witcher 3,
Last of
and
Us,
maybe
Witcher 3.
Overwatch. Yeah. And maybe Stardew. Actually, no. If you do Stardew and not Terraria, I think that's crazy. I think it's Terraria, Last of Us, Witcher 3, or the other one, Overwatch.
I think it should be Terraria.
Wow,
I mean,
coming
I'm
from
fine to
you?
put Terraria.
That's actually impressive. Out of everybody like watching and us in the call, you're probably the least likely person I would imagine he's saying that.
I mean, I'm basing it on like what other people like. Well, its place in the world more than because I don't really want to fight for any of those games.
The Witcher 3 has made a series that's coming out in like a week. That's a pretty important game to people. And I like that game. Like a lot, but... Okay, I'm gonna cut out The Last of Us right now. Because I don't want to put that in the top. I just don't. The fact that it's in the top 50 seems okay to me. I think that feels fine.
I mean, The Witcher's getting a series because it's also a series of books.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not just because it's a video game.
You'd put CSGO over Overwatch? Yeah, totally. Totally.
Definitely. Like, personally, I would put StarCraft 2 over.
Yeah, I don't think Overwatch makes it either. I think that feels fine top 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of am okay with The Witcher top 50. For me, it's between Terraria and StarCraft, if I'm going to be completely honest. And maybe Skyrim, even.
Yeah.
The reason why
Skyrim
Skyrim, I don't think,
Overwatch.
makes it is because it's a janky piece of shit.
Yeah, and it's really needed mods to be more than kind of like a one-time game.
I'm stuck between StarCraft and Terraria now.
I'd lean Terraria, just because I still regularly want to go back and play that game, despite having like done everything in it. In fact, you know, I've got all the achievements done and everything,
Right.
but there's still like interesting new things to go out and try.
Yeah, I think StarCraft actually has to be.
Yeah.
Sweet.
The more I was thinking about it, the less okay I was with having a top 25 and not having the follow-up to one of the biggest RTSs ever and the only thing holding a torch left for that genre.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fuck.
All right, top 10.
Top 10. So,
Minecraft.
Dark Souls.
CSGO. Yeah, Dark Souls.
Let's hold off on CSGO.
Wow.
Let's hold
Pokemon
off
Go.
for a moment, okay?
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Fortnite.
This is gonna be way harder. So, we gotta take our time here.
No, I think it's easy. You go Fortnite, Pokemon Go, Hearthstone.
I think Hollow Knight
Then
needs to be in
think-
there.
Then I think you get to choose a little more.
You think,
But I think
yeah,
those are
see,
unavailable.
you see the chat right now? This is where it matters. This is where conversations happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think CS:GO, Pokemon Go, and Fortnite and Hearthstone. I think
Okay.
those four.
We need to have a discussion. Chat, we all have to agree Minecraft has to be in here. For the obvious reasons, and also, we all have played it and like it at some point, probably. Right?
Yeah.
I haven't played it.
That's not true.
I haven't played it. I don't own it.
What rock do you live under?
Yeah, that...
The rock where I knew about Minecraft from when it was in alpha,
So-
and I was like, nah, I'll pass.
We
And
need
then it never
games...
felt like, because I could have gotten it when it was like $5. I never wanted to spend the 20.
We need games that are the perfect amount here of impact as an industry in like society and for us personally as well.
But I have played Dragon Quest Builders 2.
So we need a little bit of everything for the top 10. Minecraft fits that. Dark
Sure.
Souls fits that. I think Undertale fits this.
Oh man.
But I'm okay holding off on Undertale for now.
I don't think we can put Undertale there yet.
Yeah,
We
okay,
have to make
fair
sure
enough.
there's room.
I kind Oh fuck, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I think Breath of the Wild is in there.
I mean, I'm okay.
Not before Fortnite.
Breath of the Wild is what I want Skyrim to be. You know?
You're right. It should be above Skyrim. Oh look, it is. Good. We're good.
Like, everything that Skyrim promises me and then fails to deliver, Breath of the Wild does deliver. And man, that's one of the games I just have fun hanging out in.
Okay. I'm gonna make another argument here for something. Monster Hunter World made an inaccessible game loved by millions in Japan accessible to everybody and brought that whole series to the West.
Okay. I think
So
you have
we're
to
moving
put
Persona
Fortnite in
5
first.
up then.
I really don't want to move Fortnite. Here. This is what I'm going to do. We're putting that at number 10, okay? Just so I can feel
Okay.
better about this
Yeah,
for
It has
myself.
to be in the top 10. Yeah.
I think Hearthstone has to go over.
I think
Mhm.
Hearthstone has to go over.
I think Breath of the Wild has to. I hate it, but it has to. I don't hate it as a game.
Pokemon-
I hate that it has to go over.
I think Pokemon Go has to go over.
Yeah.
Pokemon Go has to? You're
Has
probably right. Yeah, you're probably
It's
right.
carrying the torch for all of Pokemon.
I don't like this. I think Hollow Knight should go over. No, I think Monster Hunter World over Hollow Knight. The impact is bigger.
Oh, I think the impact of Monster Hunter World is bigger, but the perfection of Hollow Knight is something real important.
Okay.
I think Hollow Knight's a better game. But
I don't think Celeste
at this
makes
point,
it.
I don't know that it matters.
No,
No, I don't think Celeste makes it.
Celeste is where it needs to be.
I think we should start another list of the ones that definitely aren't going to make it.
I mean, we can definitely do that. Hold up.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to
Let's-
chime in. Kendra is awake now, and she said Sims 4 needs to go. So
Completely?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, Sims 4 is good.
Sims 4 is like number 99 or 100 out of 100 for what it's worth.
No, it just It's directly above Animal Crossing New Leaf, so wherever Animal Crossing New Leaf is, Sims 4 is right above
Okay,
it.
one problem at a time. If we want to get rid of Sims 4, we can replace it with other stuff. Okay. Subnautica, I think, stays at 25. It's not top 10.
Sure, yeah.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
I think...
I think StarCraft 2 stays at 25 because we had to put it in at the last minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it in the middle for right now. I think Dota stays 25. I think Awakening stays 25.
Yeah.
I think
I think
Rebirth
GTA.
Sure.
stays.
Yeah.
I think Nier stays. God of War stays. Oh, this is getting really fucking difficult now.
I think
Resident
Smash
Evil
Ultimate-
stays 25.
Mm,
Oh, GTA stays 25.
Yeah, GTA.
oh yeah, that game's bad.
Yeah, kind of.
I think every mission in that game is bad. It's just an amazing thing. I hate all the mission design.
I can't have Monster Hunter World stay in 25. I
Is it-
can't.
Monster Hunter, Siege, Hollow Knight, and one more.
I don't think Siege makes it to top 10, dude. I think
Oh,
you're
man.
crazy if you think that makes it.
I'm real tempted just by how different that game is and how well
Totally.
that game
I hear
itself.
you. But no, I don't think it makes it. I think you're crazy if you think that makes it. Over what else we have here? I think you're crazy if it makes it.
I don't think Final Fantasy 14 makes it.
I think there's an
Yeah.
argument for it, honestly. I want to
I don't
fill out the rest of the spaces first.
I really want to move Hollow Knight over into
Yeah,
top
I
10.
think most of us are agreeing that, actually. I'm just gonna do
I
it.
mean, I fucking love Hollow Knight.
I'd be okay leaving CSGO on the top 25. I
don't feel
know.
great about that.
The thing is that I'm not okay leaving Mass Effect not in the top 10. That's my issue.
I'm not ready to move CS:GO to the right yet.
In fact, I would cut Monster Hunter and Hollow Knight for Mass Effect 2 in the top 10, without a doubt. Mass Effect 2 might be like one of my favorite games ever made.
Yeah, but this isn't your list.
I know.
That's why Fortnite is in the top 10.
I know.
What if-
Trust me, I'm aware. I think Undertale was very impactful. I think Undertale would trump Hollow Knight for impact even.
I think Mass Effect 2 above Undertale, though.
Yeah.
Let's not think about above and under yet. Let's just think about what's over there. Yeah, the more I think about it,
Mass Effect-
14 is not over there. You're right. This is too
Yeah.
close as it is. That
Yeah.
has to be cut. I think Mario Maker is cut too.
And
yeah, I can cut Mario Maker.
I almost
It
want to
had
cut
better-
Smash
if the
Ultimate.
Nintendo levels were better, honestly.
I'm kind of ready
would-
to cut Smash Ultimate as well.
Smash
Yeah,
Ultimate.
no.
Ultimate Smash, but it's just Smash still.
Yep.
So now we have 4 for 2 spots.
I don't think I can
think-
put StarCraft in. I don't think it fits.
No, I think it's Mass Effect 2 and CS:GO.
Oof.
With Undertale at
I don't know, dude. I think Undertale needs a spot in
And
here.
then we can
Like,
take out Breath
actually.
of the Wild for Undertale.
Oh my god, I wish. I think Undertale actually needs to be in here. And that's what's killing me inside. That's the thing that's doing it.
Then I think you have to cut Hollow Knight.
I think you're right too. And I don't think I can do it. I'm trying to find what else I can cut. But I think you're... Okay. So Minecraft and Dark Souls, we all agree, unanimously.
Yes.
They have to be there. Fortnite has to be there.
I honestly think Breath of the Wild does too. Okay, let me fuck with you for a second.
Yeah. No, I think Hearthstone has to be there.
Hold on. Let's just look at what's left. You know what? These are what we agree have to be here, okay? Because at this point, we might as well make the top 5.
Sure.
So what has to be there
Pokemon
for the
Go.
top 5?
Pokemon Go.
You know what?
Pokemon Go for top 5? Yeah, maybe.
I would rather even have Pokemon Go over Fortnite in the top 5.
Sure.
Yeah, you're
Because
right. You're right.
we're looking at 2 of the like crazy, socially everywhere games.
Yeah, no,
I'd
you're
rather
right.
have Pokemon over Fortnite.
You're right. Yep.
I would put Pokemon Go over Breath of the Wild.
Yep, you're right. I think Undertale's in the top 5.
Nope, it's Fortnite.
I don't think it's Fortnite.
Or it's Hearthstone.
I think it might be Hearthstone over Fortnite.
I think
even.
Hearthstone is less divisive. Fortnite has its haters. Undertale definitely had people that hated that. And Hearthstone doesn't, really.
I think Hearthstone's the top 5. For sure.
If we just bounced Fortnite, all problems would be solved. It would be so disingenuous, though. Although, has anybody here played it in the last year?
Not ever.
When was the last time I played Fortnite? Oh, I can't tell because fucking Epic is not going to tell me in a good way. I don't think that matters for this list.
We haven't
think
been
Fortnite-
objective the whole way through, though, is the thing, right? Because otherwise StarCraft 2 should actually be in the top 10. If we
We've been
were being, like,
objective
objective. I know. That's the problem, is that we're kind of doing a half-half.
Yeah. And if you're even letting in a small percentage of that, it's fucking undeniable about the impact of Fortnite.
Fortnite's, impact was actually too much. Number 11 is so fair. No, I still think Fortnite's probably in the top 10. I'm almost willing to say CSGO in top 5.
CSGO, Hearthstone, top 5. I'm fine with that.
Actually, you're right. I think Hearthstone probably does need to be in there.
Yeah.
It's stupid how fucking big that game got. Hearthstone is so big. It got the biggest card game in the world to make a new app to compete. Hearthstone is so big it got
multiple
Magic
times.
the Gathering to actually get their shit together and make Arena. And they didn't need to. And it got them
They
to.
literally tried to do it before also with Magic Origins and it just failed. They did a bad job. And they had to do it again. And Arena actually was good.
Okay. Looking at this list now, I'm okay Hollow Knight being in the
Also-
top 10. Hollow Knight is not a top 5.
Yeah. You know, it's
Yeah.
not top 5.
It's not. Monster Hunter World is not a top 5.
No.
Mass Effect 2 is not a top 5. but it's a top 5 in my heart.
Yeah, man.
Okay. I think the top 5s that we have to decide between are Hearthstone. Here, I'm gonna move everything over that's a top 5 to me. And then we can make the cuts from there as needed.
I think Undertale is. It's hard to argue it in top 5.
Yeah.
Undertale in top 5. I think it's hard to argue with 2.
Nope.
You don't think so?
I don't think Undertale's top 5.
CS:GO
CS:GO.
over Fortnite.
Or Fortnite, I can agree with that.
Okay, Undertale top 10. Oh, what? CS:GO over Fortnite?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Probably. Actually, yeah.
it's just such a better shooter. And it's endured incredibly strong.
Okay, so we still need to move 4 into the top 10.
I think Fortnite goes in next, though.
Wait. Or wait, now I'm confused. Okay, so we have our top 5. We have to
Yes.
move 1 into from the top 10.
Oh, one out?
1
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Hollow Knight in the 10. You're right. It is. Mass Effect's in the
Yeah.
10. I will actually end this stream and this call if anybody disagrees.
I don't.
World? Yeah, maybe
fine.
World.
It's between World and Breath of the Wild, then.
Yeah.
And I think
I would get
World
rid of
is-
Wild. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, man. I'm good with that.
At least I have one person in my corner.
Well, the thing is, Breath of the Wild, I actually don't like. I'm
Yeah.
more negative on that game than you are.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm pretty negative on it too. So that's saying something. I don't care about
I
either, to be
find-
honest. This would work so much better if we just get Fortnite out of here into the 25. Actually, you know what? I'm doing it. Because, yeah, it's all Impact. None of us care about it. So we've same with StarCraft, kind of.
I don't. Yeah, sure.
Done.
Done.
My heart
feel
is
good about it.
broken.
I don't feel good about that. That just feels like you just cheated. You lied.
But is
You
it?
keep-
Because the top 10 is stuff that we should all kind of, like, feel good about. Literally none of us felt good about Fortnite.
I mean, I don't feel good about Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
either.
I don't feel good about Undertale, but
Oh, see, I think Undertale's a lock.
And I don't feel good about Undertale as the top 10 either.
Really? You would move
Yeah.
Fortnite rather than Undertale?
to me, they're the same. They're in there for the same reason, because they were big and socially important. But Fortnite was more so, and Fortnite had way fewer people that hated it. People that didn't like Fortnite still respected Fortnite. People actually just hated Undertale.
But did they? They hated the fan base.
Fair.
Because
But, I mean, is
the
that
people
any
that hated
different?
Undertale haven't played Undertale. Generally. They just hated all the shit around it. And that's fair. The fan base has been fucking terrible cancer. The fan base isn't representative of the game, though. It depends on the game. In that case, I don't think it was, but I think there's arguments to be made that sometimes the fan base does. Like, maybe Rainbow Six Siege. Their fan base is kind of garbage, and you have to talk to them sometimes.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Let's
think like
ra-
literally everything that's great about Undertale is in its like true ending part, and I think it takes too long to get there.
That's probably fair too. Honestly, I think the thing that's good about Undertale are the characters are charismatic and the music's good, and I just like how it plays as a game. I think it's an interesting way to
That's
do
fair.
I think
Uh,
it's interesting.
RPG stuff.
I didn't love playing it. I
Mm.
didn't really actually enjoy playing it. It wins me over with its charismatic character stuff and the true ending stuff, but I didn't like playing it.
Let's quickly talk about
And
the
I felt-
top 5.
And I felt like it kind of just rolled over for me when I was playing it.
Let's talk about the
Okay.
top 5. Let's order them.
Sure.
Minecraft is probably number 1, right? That seems like the safe
I think
answer.
this order's probably correct.
I would probably switch Counter-Strike and Hearthstone, but that's about it.
The thing that makes me want to put Hearthstone bigger is the way it like just put a Slay the Spire mode in its game, and it was good.
Man,
Like
Yeah.
some of its single player stuff is just actually has been really smart. That they've way they've built on it, the stuff they've done with it.
I think that does feel better,
Okay, sure.
probably.
CS:GO's fucking incredibly endurable.
Yeah.
Enduring.
Honestly, I might even put Pokemon Go under Hearthstone at 5. The only reason it's at 3 is because that impact it made. It might even, if it was impact, it might even be number 2 or 1. It got gamers outside to walk around and talk to each other. Like, it's fucking crazy what that thing did. No.
But it was more of a flash
We-
in the pan.
We gotta leave it there. Okay,
Yeah.
and then for this, I'm gonna
Because
not
it's
even lie.
Also because it's carrying the torch for all of Pokemon.
Mass Effect 2 is probably number 10. Like, I think it's probably the least out of all these, maybe. What would number 6 be? Probably
I
Breath
mean-
of the Wild. No, probably Undertale, right? Like, actually?
honestly,
I mean, Hollow Knight is easily my favorite.
yeah, I would rather
Yeah.
see Hollow Knight
Okay.
right there.
Okay, yeah, I'm
I
good with
like
Hollow
that.
Knight being there, too.
I would put Breath of the Wild at the bottom, but
I mean, I'm okay with putting Mass Effect back at number 6, honestly.
I can move
Like
Mass
that.
Effect 2 up. That's fine.
I would move. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm actually kind of
Yeah.
okay with this order myself.
yeah. The
I don't
only
think
thing
it's
I would
worth
do-
doing the 25.
All right, now let's rank the 50 to 100 one by one. No, let's not do that.
So massive chalice to 51.
All right. So,
Oh, that would be so good though. That would be so petty.
are there any games that we should add and see if we can find a place for instead? Because now's the time to talk about that. Because now we have a basic idea of what we're looking for. Well, 2019 games, yes. But, like, just in general before we look at this year. Because I thought
Dragon
somebody
Quest
said
Builders. No, that's
No.
this year game.
Kirby's Epic Yarn. Okay. I can't believe we're going back to this. Let's put Kirby's Epic Yarn down for a moment. And we'll see if there's legitimately something we would cut for it. Wait, do we have 51? No, we have 50. Thank Christ. Holy shit. Are there any other games? I kind of wanted to throw Dream Daddy in here for consideration. Over like something in the 100. Code Vein?
Honestly,
We're not doing this
Sure,
year
what do you
yet.
want to cut?
No, I don't know. I'm just first we're thinking of other games that like might be
just
considered.
list games.
Yeah.
Also, if you list a game you have to suggest a cut. It doesn't have to be the thing we cut, but you have to suggest a cut.
Oh, okay. I suggest we cut Valhalla for Dream Daddy. That's like what was going in my mind.
I'm fine with that.
I don't know if I can look at that.
Chat is rioting though.
I don't
Anyways.
think this will like be a valid thing, but
Hold on. So
What?
this is... I'll just do that. And then, Junkie, what would you cut for... Maybe this is a dangerous question to ask him. Everything! Okay, you're gonna suggest Sims... Let's say Sims 4 to start. Okay. Are there any... This is the time to talk. Like, legitimately. About what
Okay,
games
I
maybe
have-
we forgot. We might have forgot some good stuff, so...
Payday 2.
Oh, there's an actual argument to be made for it. What would you cut for it?
Borderlands 2.
It fills the same space, kind of, so yeah, sure.
I don't even hate that actually.
Man, fucking Payday 2, though.
Yeah.
Do that now. We'll have a discussion. We're still going over games here. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. It's like wrangling cats. Amnesia? Was Amnesia in the last 10 years? I'm surprised that didn't come up. Oh, it was. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Okay, Lucky, what would you cut? The Dark Descent.
Also have another one.
Okay, go.
Puyo Puyo Tetris.
What would you cut for it? That was last year, right?
In the US and in North America, maybe I think so. I don't even. It's had so many rolling. Now I've lost the thread on when that actually came out here.
A Hat in Time.
It came out on Steam in February of 2018, so that might have come out in 2017.
2017, yeah. As long as it's not this year. I don't want to do this year.
No, it didn't come out this year. Puyo Puyo Tetris, I'll cut Alien Isolation. Is my suggestion.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
Hopefully this has been fun, by the way, to people watching and whatnot. I love this shit. So, I mean, this is the whole reason why, for a while, I was doing, like, a podcast every day of the week and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love talking about games. It's fun but heart-wrenching? Yeah, man. No, we unfortunately got rid of, Doki Doki. I honestly don't know what I would cut for it, honestly. I love Doki Doki, but that's a hard sell, I think.
Man, I don't know if this is
All right,
at
later
all
Saber.
worth it,
Okay.
but is Earth Defense Force 4.1 worth considering?
I don't know, what would you... We'll have that discussion after. What would you get rid of?
I think I would get rid of... I'd put Shadow of Mordor up on the chopping block. Just because I feel like that's one that's on the fence already.
Mm-hmm. Is Metro Last Light worth it? Did you like the other Metro, 2033? Because probably, if you liked that one. Crosscode over Nuclear Throne.
Killing Floor 2.
Okay. Over what?
Borderlands 2 again.
Okay. Transistor for Spelunky. Wow. You and I are going to have a talk about that one, but okay. It doesn't seem like a lot of us have too strong opinions at this point. I think we got like a good amount of them out, so.
I have a last one,
Okay.
which is Driver San Francisco.
Okay.
Can you scroll down a little? Because I don't remember what's actually on the rest of the top 50.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Other than the ones we've already talked about. Driver San Francisco over Hotline Miami. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that that's the right opponent, but
Nope.
whatever.
That is not the right one.
DK Tropical Freeze.
I forgot what I was going to write now, but I was going to suggest it over Bastion. Fuck. God damn it. No, fuck Bioshock Infinite. That's not the good one. I mean, it isn't. Fuck, I can't remember what it was now. I was so excited about it too. Oh well. Oh, right. Singularity, which is kind of like Bioshock, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, I think we can start having these discussions.
Sure.
Kirby's Epic Yarn for Sims 4. Junkie, I really hope you have something. It's not even that I like Sims 4. Get me in the call. Okay. Let's do that after, okay? Yeah. Fine. We'll get you in the call after. Okay, so Dream Daddy over Valhalla. Valhalla, I think, is cooler, but I think Dream Daddy was a better just product in general. And that's probably because of the whole, like, being friends with the Grumps and getting free advertisements and, like, a decent amount of money and whatever. Like, I just thought it was a nicer product. Also, sure, gay rights. Why not?
I mean, Valhalla is just as much gay rights, to be fair.
Sure. You'd put it over Sims 4? It kind of sounds like we just want to get rid of Sims 4. Is that like a consensus that we should do that? I'm kind of okay with it.
For me, I'm the Sims 4 advocate, I feel like.
Okay.
Because my argument is we should get rid of Animal Crossing.
Okay. Okay. Let's chill for a second. I think there might be something to Payday 2 over Borderlands 2. I think that actually might be an okay, maybe even correct switch. And if not, I think Payday 2 should take the place of something, actually.
Yeah, Payday 2 should be on the list.
Yeah, I'm okay with switching it out. Alright, it goes through. Amnesia: The Dark Descent for the Stick of Truth. This one's hard because I fucking hate Amnesia, and I hate the genre it spawned, so I am not the person to fight for this. I fucking hate horror games that are predicated on you looking around, opening drawers, and hiding from something.
Yeah.
I hate Amnesia for all the YouTubers it created. Wow. Alright then. What it did compare to Stick of Truth? I mean, that
Stick
the
of Truth
hard
only made one bad sequel. Amnesia made lots of bad imitators.
The problem is I'm not the one to fight for this because I hate it. So like what it did to me was make my life harder. That's the problem I have with it. You can't find a reason for Stick of Truth to be in the top 100. That's maybe a good point to consider, considering some of the other stuff. Because I might even take Kirby's Epic Yarn over Stick of Truth, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I'm okay with that move, honestly.
Okay, then I changed my target for Puyo Puyo Tetris to Kirby's Epic Yarn.
Okay. I know it probably won't make it. Singularity is a great first-person shooter. That's kind of like a BioShock. I'd be okay getting rid of Bastion completely. Is why I chose that one. But I don't think Singularity is as good as some of the other choices even suggested here. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? What the fuck was it? Stick of Truth? Yeah, I'm good with just getting rid of it. So we have a space we can fill.
Yeah.
Is Pyre also still on here? Yeah, Pyre's in next tier up.
Yeah, it's in this tier up.
Yeah. We can move tiers after we've figured out everything else.
No.
If
I'm
we
just
want to.
thinking. There's one Supergiant game.
Uh-huh.
Do we need a second?
Pyre's the better game. So
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm saying get rid of Bastion.
I think I would rather Bastion than Fez, though. Do we want Fez?
I could cut Fez.
I don't have any attachment to Fez.
Wait, okay, what do we fill in this spot? I'm kind of okay with doing Kirby's Epic Yarn over these other ones. Like, I would love Earth Defense Force to be in here, but I don't even know that it makes that cut. Over, like, the other stuff.
Yeah, the one I feel the most strongly about of these is Puyo Puyo Tetris. I just think that game is great. It's just a really good piece of both
Even
those
over
games.
Transistor.
And
I don't like
putting-
Transistor that much. I thought it was bad. Well, not bad, but not very good.
It has that song though. That song's pretty good.
That song's very good. It just felt clunky. Like they didn't know how to do a tactics game well. Because they probably didn't, frankly. We're all biased. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Kirby in here.
Yeah.
And then we can discuss about kicking it out in a second. So that being said, hey Super Saiyan Jacob. Now everybody's aiming at Kirby. I don't. So, Killing Floor or Borderlands 2 is gone. Do you think Killing Floor 2
Yeah.
should replace Payday 2? I think that's
No.
crazy.
Yeah, no.
I kind of don't think
There's-
Killing Floor
there's
2
no argument.
has a fit on here at all.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it was
Yeah.
worth mentioning, but I don't. Payday 2 is the one that needed to be on the list. That's
Yeah.
fine.
I don't think Driver San Francisco has a place on here, as much as that's. Although, we found a place somehow
that
for
game is
Kirby,
great.
so
Yeah.
maybe there's a
I
argument
think
to be
Driver San
made.
Francisco is definitely a better game than Epic Yarn. That's how I feel.
What games are we talking about? The last 10 years, my dude. Without, not 2019, though.
Because Driver San Francisco is one of the best mechanics in any driving game where you can just hop into any car at will. It's fucking dope. And also
Okay.
the story is really good. It plays with it in a fun
I need
way.
to hear more about this transistor to Spelunky, because I really am not going to get rid of Spelunky easy, especially for a game I didn't even like that much. So, let's hear it. I'm okay with changing Hat in Time from Fez to Hat in Time, by the way. I don't care. I don't love Fez. I don't think it did anything particularly amazing either. I thought it was cute. I thought it got more attention than it deserved because Phil Fish is a piece of shit. But I also don't like Hat in Time. Like, I don't like what type of game that is. Like, I don't like that type of game at all. So, I kind of don't have a mule in this race, you know?
Again, I didn't really enjoy Odyssey because it was too much of that kind of game for me.
Yeah, fair.
And I love a lot of things about Odyssey, whereas I have no particular feeling about, the world of A Hat in Time.
Can you think of something better for Driver San Francisco to take over? I think Hotline Miami stays.
Fez.
Okay, let's just get rid of Fez now and then decide which one of these games would fit in there best.
Sure.
We know your answer, so let's hear from
Yeah,
other people.
Well, my answer, Puyo Puyo Tetris is the game I actually should be.
I'm actually okay with Singularity maybe not being in here at all, but we'll see. It might get a place in the 100. Who knows?
I refuse to let Kirby stay.
I gotta stay up to defend Nuclear
Have a
Throne.
job.
Okay.
I'm on your side, Wayward. I think Nuclear Throne.
Let's try to be a little bit easier here. I love EDF. I don't think it's making it, dude. I don't.
Yeah, I figured that game is just a lot of fun, but man, it still is what it is.
Because I fucking love that game, but I'm not gonna fight for it. And if I'm not gonna fight for it, I don't know who will. Because I might like it. Maybe, like, you might like it more than me. But out of everybody else in this chat and stuff, I don't know.
There's other things I'd rather protect than trying to get EDF in.
Yeah, I don't think people are fighting for EDF, so let's just cut that out. How much do we want Amnesia in here?
I don't.
Not really.
Yeah. Wayward, it sounds like you don't even want it in here. You said it spawned YouTubers you don't like. Or do you like the game itself? Like, do you
he
think it
also
just...
said if it goes in, he's gonna argue for Five Nights at Freddy's. I think
Oh,
that was
sorry. Lucky suggested it.
Yeah,
Okay, Lucky, what do you think then?
I mostly brought it up to bring it up.
Okay. It does have some, like, relevance in the last 10 years. Even if that's not necessarily a good thing. Which might be more than we could say about some games here, you know? Like, here's the thing, is that I really, 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 really like Darkest Dungeon. I could see it maybe going.
Oh, I don't know.
When you're talking top 100, or of the last 10 years, like, I could see it not hanging there. I could see Prey not hanging there either, honestly.
Yeah. Darkest Dungeon, I think it's super dope, and I just find it too punishing to enjoy playing.
Yeah, Darkest Dungeon's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sounding like Shadow of Mordor might be going.
Mm-hmm.
Because the...
Sure.
Did it have an impact? Well, here's the thing, is that I think we all just wish it did. Yeah, exactly. Nobody replicated the good thing.
Well, that's not true. War of the Chosen did a really good job.
Replicated it.
Yeah. They did a really good job of integrating it into that game.
You're right. Maybe we should get rid
really
of War of
cool.
the Chosen, too.
No.
I'm okay with getting rid of Shadow of Mordor. It had one good thing going for it, and not enough people took advantage of it. Okay. Wait, you don't want
not
to
get rid of War of the Chosen? I don't even remember if War of the Chosen is even still on.
It's on here.
Where?
Right here.
Okay, it was top 50. Okay, it was top 100 rather. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And last call on Sims 4. Is there anyone?
Me.
You?
Yeah, he
Right,
loves it. It's his favorite game.
It's really good. I think Sims 4 was really rough at launch, but I think they've done a good job supporting.
You're not fighting for these games, just suggesting? Okay, let's write them down. Limbo, Inside, Spec Ops. I believe you mean the line specifically, so I'll just write that in. It's the only one people talk about, so.
I don't know how many other Spec Ops games were released in the 2010s.
I don't know anything about Crosscode. I need people to talk to me here.
I don't even know what Crosscode is.
I think that's on my. Yeah.
Oh, it's a video game.
Oh, looks pretty stylish, if nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, I've looked at this game on Steam before.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard to argue it's top 100. No one here's really arguing for it.
This might be on my wish list.
It's on mine for sure.
Also, this trailer is gonna give me a seizure.
There's so much screen shake.
It's kind of recent too. It's only like a year old. A year and some months. Okay, what do we think about Crosscode replacing Nuclear Throne?
I don't feel good about that.
I'd rather have Nuclear Throne.
Yeah.
Let me bring this up. How do we feel about Enter the Gungeon replacing Nuclear Throne?
I mean, I literally argued against that before, so I definitely do not.
So here's my argument. Enter the
Yeah.
Gungeon is like Nuclear Throne, but made by competent coders.
But it's slow.
It's not though, because you have different characters, you have different loadouts, and you're able to roll, for one thing, with every character to dodge stuff. And they added a shit ton of things that actually makes it so it has synergies in it, like a Binding of Isaac game. Whereas Nuclear Throne only has the whole, like, you get a mutation every now and then, and it's always the same guns.
Okay, I haven't played Enter the Gungeon since they made the synergies work, I guess. Because
Yeah.
all my memories is for when it launched.
I feel like Gungeon is more of a competitor to Isaac than Nuclear Throne. It's kind of a mixture of both, though, right? Sure, Binding of Isaac's definitely better than, like, both of them. So that's why that's in the top 25, I think. Yeah. Okay, so here's my argument. If Enter the Gungeon isn't even being considered, Crosscode's just gone. Right away.
I mean, I don't think Crosscode is...
Yeah.
It's got to be top 100 now. This game none of us have played or heard of until now. We've like seen it on Steam. But...
Okay, let me pose a different thing to you then. We have
Sure.
2 empty spots right now. We fill one of them with Gungeon. Okay, let's find out what we would fill those spots with out of the games that are on the right here.
Yep.
So 2
I
spots.
mean, for me, it's Puyo Puyo Tetris and Driver.
I don't think Puyo Puyo Tetris ever makes this. Puyo Puyo's fucking terrible. That game is only playable because it's good Tetris. But to be fair, it's very good Tetris.
Very good Tetris.
Tetris 99's this year.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh,
doing
yeah,
this
sorry, Tenmar. You were probably gone when we were saying we're not doing 2019 games yet.
Tetris Effect doesn't have multiplayer, though. Just Puyo
Mm.
Puyo Tetris does.
That's true, too. I'm getting rid of Amnesia the Dark Descent. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't. I think Driver San Francisco might have a place in here.
That game is great.
I actually think it has a place. As stupid as that is. That's a dumb game. How do we feel about Spec Ops: The Line? It has the importance we were talking about.
Yeah.
I guess I should say that I'm biased. I fucking hate that game. So I'll get that out right now.
Yeah. I like it. I just don't know what I would necessarily suggest to cut for it.
Oh, we don't need a cut. We still haven't filled in the 2 spots.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Is it one of the stronger ones out of these?
I would
It might
rather
be.
have Puyo Puyo Tetris, but it would probably be my next suggestion to put
Over
in.
Driver San Francisco?
No, Driver San Francisco won it before.
I think Driver San Francisco should go in. I'm just gonna do it, and then if we
Yeah.
cut it, we cut it or whatever.
Yeah. Mhm. Drivers. I would put in Spec Ops: The Line over Kirby's Epic Yarn.
Is there something we would get rid of for Transistor? Because I don't think I'm gonna get rid
No.
of Spelunky. But I would be
No.
I would consider getting rid of something else for it, maybe.
No, we were considering cutting Bastion, and Bastion I would definitely put in.
Oh,
Yeah,
Bastion over Transistor, 100%. That's not even
Yeah.
arguable, I don't
And I-
think, right?
Don't think I want all 3 of their games on there.
Oh, Dust and Elysian Tale. Okay, so Tenmar, the way we're doing this is what would you cut for Dust and Elysian Tale?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the thing that gets cut, but it would help us if you suggest something to cut. That's the cost of suggesting something.
You're just gunning for Kirby? I might take Transistor over Kirby.
Yeah, but then Transistor becomes the new thing. We definitely.
I feel
target
really bad because I don't think
every game we talk
Oh,
about.
Junkie
next.
is still here. I really don't want it to seem like we're ragging on Junkie.
I mean, I played Kirby's Epic Yarn. Like, that game's. I enjoyed it, but it's not top 100. It has that one pants line though.
I'm getting rid of Singularity. I love it, but I understand it can't be in here. Between Inside and Limbo, I think Limbo would take it over Inside by far. I don't think Inside has a place here.
I like Inside better, but it's you can't. Limbo certainly has greater impact. Like,
Should
not-
we just make this easy and say neither of them probably makes it, honestly?
I'm fine with that. Like, I don't like Limbo. I like Inside, but
Okay, I mean, we straight up deleted Fez. I'm gonna put a hat in time until somebody gets rid of it. Because that was the
Sure.
suggestion, and we got rid of it, so.
sure.
So I'm gonna say enter the Gungeon over a hat in time.
I'll say Spec Up the Line over a hat and time.
I think Spec Ops a line over a hat in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What if we take off Nuclear Throne and put on Dust Force?
Was Dust Force this decade? It probably was, right?
It probably was.
I thought it was like 2007 or something. No, it's 2012.
How would you feel about that, Wayward?
Persona 5's down here. Jacob. Oh, trust me, we had a long discussion about which Persona should be here. That was a good hour of the night so far, so.
I would say Dust Force over Nuclear Throne. I will suggest that. Dust Force is dope.
I wouldn't give that, I don't think.
Okay.
I do like nuclear. I wanted to. This is the thing, is that it makes it sound like you hate a game when you just prefer another one. I really do like Nuclear Throne, but like, yeah, you got it, Jacob. Okay. So now that A Hat in Time is gone, is there anything I would replace Enter the Gungeon? Yeah, Kirby.
I'm fine with that.
Junkie, you'll have your moment. I swear. We're just trying to get this all worked out. Hank, would you trade Puyo Puyo for XCOM 2 War of the Chosen?
No.
I think these have to stay. I don't know that Prey needs to stay for me. I don't know. There might be something else.
I would cut Prey.
I mean, we all know we would cut Kirby. But like, so I'm not even gonna bother saying it until he can talk about what he wants or what has or whatever. So I'm not gonna bother saying it. I mean, I would cut The Sims 4 myself too. But I also am a person who would cut Animal Crossing, so maybe I just don't get it. You know? Generation's the best one. Generation's the best one, however, there's Sonic Mania. Yeah, Sonic Mania, I think, just played better in general. There's some weirdness with Generations, and I don't know why.
Some of the weirdness comes when they're making levels based on the bad Sonic games.
I wonder if Path of Exile needs to be here. The reason it's here is because Diablo 3 was such garbage, and then Path of Exile was like a bastion for people that wanted Diablo 2 again, but for free, and like is updated like 3 times every year. Like, it just had another update like a few weeks ago. That thing is going strong. Kind of the same reason why Warframe, I think, still needs to be here, too.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who didn't play Massive Chalice, I don't understand why that's on here. But, I mean, I didn't play it. So, obviously, that's why I don't understand. Yeah.
Homer, Massive Chalice, or Sims 4? Which is higher?
Massive Chalice.
Of course, yeah. I mean,
Sims
but I could tell you
just
between those.
Above Animal Crossing New Leaf. That's it.
Bring back shout. Wait. I just realized. Is Divinity not here? Okay, good.
No, it's on there.
Yeah.
It's on there.
That's kind of why I was okay getting rid of Shadowrun. Because at least Divinity's here. Jesus Christ. I thought for a second I got rid of it.
Look, I want to suggest a game that I'm not going to cut anything for it and you delete it immediately.
Okay.
But I just need to say out loud, Divinity Dragon Commander.
I'm not even writing that. But yes, noted.
It's so good, except it's kind of unfinished.
I don't know that Dream Daddy fits in here, seeing everything else. If it's really going to be Valhalla's not getting cut, then Dream Daddy's not getting a spot. Because that's the only thing I could see it replaces. So, I'm going to just cut it.
You don't want to cut Prey for Dream Daddy?
No, I don't.
Fucking weird a cut that is.
No, that cut doesn't feel good in any way at all.
Yeah.
There might be an argument for Dust and Elysian Tail taking over some spot. Just not sure where.
All right, how about cut Destiny for Killing Floor 2?
That's not going to happen.
That's fair.
Yeah. I knew that that wasn't a serious recommendation. Because that is actually crazy. What makes Prey so special? The fact that it did BioShock again, essentially. Like, actually, though.
Has mimics.
It does have mimics.
Just like Dark Souls.
God damn it. I think I would cut Kirby for Dust and Elysian Tail too.
Yeah,
If I'm just being completely honest. I'm sorry, it's just that I don't understand why Kirby's Epic Yarn is on here. Here's a yeah, I'll give it to you in a second. The new Prey, yes. Here's some good news. I wouldn't cut Kirby for Puyo Puyo Tetris. So, yay. I guess. Is that any consolation? Let's start 2019. What makes
we cut?
I kind of want to know too, Tenmar. What makes Massive Chalice so special?
It's the way it brings together a solid strategy game with like this weird like genetic trait breeding mini game side game that's just like it really makes you want to just like get into it and try and mess with stuff.
Yeah, it's not like any other Double Fine game because it's about the mechanics. It's not about like
Good night,
the
Wayward.
writing. It's a complete mechanical thing because it's
Kirby replacing Nuclear Throne. I don't think I can let that happen.
What if we cut
Actually,
Kirby, Prey, and Alien Isolation.
I'm not even
Dust, and
kidding.
Puyo Puyo Tetris.
I might actually cut Throne for Kirby.
I would.
That might be a thing I would do.
So skip the chase and cut
We
Throne
could
and
cut-
Dust.
Kirby for Dust Force. And then have Nuclear Throne and Dust Force.
I feel like Papers, Please needs to stay on here, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, okay. I do feel like there's some games that we all kind of agree on. I'm almost wondering if Hellblade needs to stay, but I think it kind of does.
Yeah, it does.
I think Alien Isolation might be able to go. Like, I'm just trying to think in my head. Yeah, I think it does go.
Okay, cut Alien Isolation for Dust and cut Prey for Gungeon.
Dust is not... Oh, Dust and Elysian Tail. I thought you were saying
Tail.
Dust
Yeah.
Force. I thought you were still on that train.
No, I was just actually try to get something done.
Is Kendra okay?
Yeah, she's just
Sick?
she was sick
Just
last
dying.
week,
Mm,
and so now she's just kind of working.
now
through
she's a
last bit.
zombie. Got it.
Yeah. I'm assuming her sinuses were jam packed through the night, and it dried out her throat.
Yeah. Fair.
And phlegmy.
Okay. Out of Dust, Gungeon, and Transistor, what would you fill the empty spot with? Out of those three.
Gungeon.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think Transistor has a spot here.
No.
Nope.
I do think Dust and Elysian Tail might. Legitimately. Homer, do we really think Puyo Puyo Tetris has a spot here? I mean, I know you do.
Yeah. I think there is room for a good version of Tetris on this. And not doing
You're right.
2019 yet.
You're right. How do we feel about replacing something from the top 25 with something better from the 100? Or the 50 rather, not the 25. I'm just trying... I don't know that I would replace any of these, actually, looking at them again.
No.
Never mind. Yeah, no. I think Dust does have a solid argument, too. I legitimately do. And I'm trying to think of what I would get rid of for Puyo Puyo. I might get rid of the Witness.
Oh, yeah, I'm down with that.
I'm okay with that too, honestly.
The Witness is
Like,
neat,
that's-
but I kind of didn't care.
No, the Witness is a game where I'm like, this is dope, but also fuck you. That's how I feel about that game. Specifically, fuck Jonathan Blow.
The Witness is a weird game.
It has a neat gimmick. A neat turn.
The Witness is gone.
Nice.
But I think I would replace it with Dust.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Puyo Puyo, I think I would replace Kirby for Puyo Puyo Tetris.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have this discussion now.
Sure.
Okay, Junkie, jump in Discord.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna bounce now then.
Okay.
Kendra's up. I
Yeah.
should go to bed.
Yeah. I mean, we have
That's how
been
that
discussing
works.
video games for 5.5 hours, so.
Yeah.
Alright. Take her easy.
Alright, see ya.
That's it.
You said you like Kirby more? Oh, you might be right. I was listening while cleaning up piss. Hey, same.
Hey, you want to give me different multiplayer Tetris instead of Puyo Puyo? I'm all ears.
I don't think that exists.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah, I get you. You'll earn the right to join my call one day. I believe it, man. Keep reaching for those stars. Junkie, jump into the waiting room, and I'll pull you in. Alright, this better be good. He left.
See, that was his argument. Perfect. His mic's muted.
Yep. Junkie. Junkie, I better have a good argument. Hold on. No worries. Yeah, people have been gunning for him, for sure.
Yeah, because the game's not that good.
Game's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Got you. Man, we
It's
did
no
some
Killing
work
Floor
so
2.
far. True.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like looking at this list again, Killing Floor 2 has no space.
Yeah, no.
It does not fit.
Maybe if it didn't take 3 hours to load.
And even then,
Went up.
probably not.
Probably not.
I kind of think the fight here is between The Sims 4 and Kirby. Because I think I'd want to see Puyo Puyo instead of Sims 4.
Yo.
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 You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. What's up? All right. So, let me kind of, quantify my argument by breaking down a few components, right? Like, one of the components was impact, right?
Sure.
Like, I think that's like one of the easiest ones to point out, even though like you can debate maybe like the quality of the impact. Like there was an impact in like, the Yoshi series, Nintendo, for the longest time not knowing what to do with those games and looking
Sure.
at how positively received all of those, reception was for Kirby was
Sure.
definitely an impact. Again, like someone might say it impacted a Yoshi game, who cares? But there are games on the list right now that didn't even have that much of an impact that affected other IPs, so that's
Sure.
something that I think is worth talking about.
Okay.
Another thing I would say is that like we're also like in such a niche gamer, view of things, right? Like the game isn't necessarily made for us, and the fact that it still had, like I would say most of us find games to be gratifying because of either challenges or difficulty or those certain aspects, and obviously that isn't the drive of this game, right? So the fact that the main thing that I would say kind of drives our enjoyment from games, and we were still able to find things about it that we enjoyed, I think speaks to it. I think the fact that like personally I just find it so uniquely like captivating. Like if I think about every single game that I played over this decade, like every single level there was something unique, whether like they were creative with how they use a certain fabric to create an environment or create obstacles or create enemies and stuff. It just like it's one of those things where like if you really played it, and obviously like I've played it more recently than I think anyone in this chat or call, right? So it's like a little bit hard to describe, but like there's so many different worlds and different levels, and you may say, okay, every platformer has different worlds, different levels, etc. But even with something like A Hat in Time or Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, like Kirby's Epic Yarn had more level variation and more different challenges or unique level environments and the obstacles thrown in compared to those games where I felt like a lot of the same things were repeated, added, like, you know, like like if you play through Kirby's Epic Yarn, like I feel like there's no one level that's the same as others, and I think that's really, really hard to pull off, and especially when you have such a unique like style that you're going for, and the fact that it was able to like stay within that theme throughout the entire world is like insane. Like like the fact that they had to like make levels out of certain toys or certain foods or certain obstacles, and like it worked and it never seemed forced, I think is something like that's really hard to do compared to like if you have just kind of like an open plane of just, hey, like if, for example, in Super Mario Maker, right, like you kind of all have the same building blocks and like you can be creative with those building blocks, but if you have to recreate the building blocks of every single level every single time and still make it functioning, unique, offer something different, like I don't know many platformers that are able to kind of pull that off. And then also the fact that just, you know, again, it introduced a new combat system, you know, kind of took the fundamentals of Kirby, and like I would say, like as much as I love Kirby games, like I would say most of them are carried by the abilities and the power-ups being unique and being able to kind of carry some poor level design. So the fact that that was removed, I felt like it had to make the levels be that much better, you know. I don't know, I just love the game, man. It is just such like a visual masterpiece, I think, and it just doesn't get the credit it deserves, and it just is like such a risky, rare thing. And like I don't know, the fact that like so many people loved it, and just like even though we're not the target audience, like I, you know, would have it like when I had to babysit kids or something, like everyone was just immediately captivated by it, even if you weren't a gamer or anything like that. And I think that's such like a rare, unique thing, and it just really is like I think one of the most creative games. And whenever I play that game, I just smile because like I can pick up on something different or a certain interaction in the background or something that you do, and just I don't know, man, like it's just such a visually wonderful, creative, just good-hearted game. And I think that's such a rare thing and hard thing to pull off, especially in like I don't know, because I feel like it's hard to make a happy, cheery, childlike game be captivating without being cheesy. And like you know, yes, obviously there's some like with the narrator, right, like the line, which I think is so stupid but funny, like it was never cheesy in a painful way, if that makes sense. And I don't know, I feel like if it's just one of those games where if you like look back and actually like without even playing it but just looked at every single level, like you would be like, oh wow, that's like really well designed, or like, oh, that was really creative. Or even like in the overworld, when you beat a new level doesn't just unlock something in the overworld, is interacted with based off of the level you just completed, which then impacts the next level and how it unlocks and what you do in that next level. And you could just tell there was just so much care and like love put into the game. And I really can't think of like another game like that just had that much thought into it, you know, like every step of the way there was something creative. It was never sloppy, it was never lazy. Anything that you can customize or make different, Kirby did, you know. And I think that's just such a unique thing.
Okay,
but
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it. I was say that was a long ramble, but I tried to, you know,
so
give you a lot to work with.
Let me get this straight, right? I see by your username you have Twitch Prime and you're not subscribed to my channel. What the hell is going on with that? Twitch Prime, boys. Twitch Prime. Click it now. Twitch Prime. No, okay.
Twitch Prime.
You make a
If Kirby's Epic Yarn is on your Hot 100 list, I will Twitch Prime sub you easily.
Fair enough. No, you make a good point. Let me ask you what you would replace, like legitimately.
Let me say, like scroll down. What did I have? Let me think. Because I had like some copy and paste, so I want to see kind of what still stays or not. And it's
Sure.
gonna be so funny, even if I do get this like small little victory and like it gets to the list. Like we're gonna do 2019, probably add like 8 games for 2019, and the Kirby's
Oh,
Cut
totally.
is just like all in vain. But
Uh-huh.
No,
you know,
a bunch of
it's
these are
small
gone for sure.
It's the small victory. All right, so hold on. Sorry, my stream lagged. All right, start at the top.
Yep.
As you can.
Yep.
All right, Darksiders, Bayonetta. All right. Passion, PDA, I know you don't like. I don't know. I really think Dishonored gets outclassed by so many games that came out later that just did the genre better, and I think we have rose-tinted glasses towards it. But
The
I
weird-
don't think I'm gonna get that.
See, the weird thing I'm thinking of now, though, is that I think Dishonored is outclassed by Deus Ex, and that came before it, even. So I don't know.
That's even an argument. So, and I thought we were going to replace Dishonored with Deus Ex, but like I don't know. So Dishonored
They're
is one
both
thing
on
that
here.
I thought of. Yeah. So Dishonored, I think, is the weaker of the two. So I would probably pick Dishonored. Until Dawn stays, Deus Ex stays. Nuclear Throne, I honestly don't know too much about, but from what I can tell, I didn't think it was that impressive. But like, I haven't heard the argument for it, and I know there's someone in
Yeah.
chat talking about it. So like, you kind of have to present that to me, you know, like kind of defend that case. So that's something. Massive Chalice again. Like I think that I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah.
see what like
I'm
was
giving-
even looking into it.
I'm gonna give
like,
you a hand up on that. I agree. I don't know why Massive Chalice is on here.
you know, like at least like I have like some like I have like a lot of reasons, and even though it's like hard to take it seriously because then that's the thing though, I feel like because of like the drama like around it, because everyone was, you know, raging like it's a game you can't lose at and blah blah blah, like it started a lot of conversations about, you know, games necessarily having to have a certain difficulty or dying. And like I think it can, like I'm not saying that Kirby's directly like the cause of it, but it definitely was the first game that started these conversations, and as a result of these conversations, so many games afterwards were less afraid of having games that were like easy settings, only story settings and stuff like that. So I think that's like an impact that it doesn't get credit for.
Mhm.
If we're looking at other games, Animal Crossing New Leaf, like fine. Like I think there's better Animal Crossing games personally.
I think we maybe get rid of Dishonored.
Tomb Raider keeps. The Sims 4 I think can be gone rid of. I'm sorry.
This is
Sims.
one that Homer is fighting for. So
Yeah. Sims 4, I think there's better Sims game. I think EA, whatever, got lazy. I think it's kind of
But-
like I don't know. It's
I
it
guess
rests
launch, I agree
more-
with you. They just done a lot of work to that game.
I think
But see, I
Dishonored
don't-
goes
I
and
don't
Puyo
give it as
Puyo
much
Tetris
credit.
goes in. Actually,
I
I think
like
that's the
that.
play.
I can do that.
Because honestly, I don't think Dishonored was like Dishonored did some good stuff, but it's Dishonored 2 that really felt really good.
I mean, I think Dishonored 2 should be there instead of Dishonored. the way you're
No,
thinking about it for
Dishonored's
the
gone.
one
No,
part,
no,
Okay.
no,
and then you can like. Right,
Damn it.
just because I think
I mean,
Dishonored
we can
2,
do that.
That one level is the most.
My only
interesting
My only
that-
thing is though, if we do that with Dishonored and make it Dishonored 2, then like, can we do the same argument for like, let's say Mario Maker and other games that we kind of like got a clear upgrade? You know?
Yeah. I guess
think the impact of some of those other ones are bigger.
the
to
one
justify it I
for
just-
Mario Maker specifically, it's the fact that Mario Maker exists at all that made it like after we know that Mario Maker 1 was able to be greenlit, made, and then shipped out there. Of course, we knew that they were going to upgrade it, so that's whatever. The reason why Dishonored 2 would be the one, I mean, I'm still okay with cutting Dishonored 2, by the way, because Dishonored 1 was just a rehash of some old ideas anyway. So, like, you would choose the one that's the better version of that. Whereas, like, Mario Maker 1 is completely new. Sims 4 needs to be way lower. These aren't in order,
this
Kendra.
was-
Don't
yeah.
worry.
Yeah, oh my god, no, we
Yeah,
lose our minds. That's like a whole
Only-
other 8-hour stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only like the top 10 were ordered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
top 10 was yeah, then even like look at the other Wolfenstein, I don't know. Wolfenstein, I don't know how I feel about it being like again, like just I'm trying to be objective here. Obviously, like I love Kirby's Epic Yarn, but just even looking at the criteria of like
We're done.
impact, how it tried to change its genre and all those other things, like I don't think it did the equivalency of what Kirby's Epic Yarn did, you know?
We're done. Dishonored's out because I think Deus Ex does what Dishonored and Prey actually does what Dishonored does better.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's fair.
And also for variety's sake, like we have a lot of like, not that these games aren't like amazing, but spice it up a little. What's
little
wrong with
spicy.
some,
I'm still
what's wrong with
thinking if
some
I could get Dream Daddy in here.
and scroll down because I can kind of, I don't know, like with games like that, obviously the writing has to be like 100%, and like don't get me wrong, it had really cute, funny moments, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like maybe my criteria is too hard, but I think about like what books can do to me with writing about relationships and stuff like that, and there's very few games that are dating sims that do the same thing for me. But like in the dating sims genre, like it stands out, but it's kind of like
True.
stands out enough to be decade worthy. I don't know. Like I think
Sure.
there's other games that have better. Like I love the intention of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm gay. Like like
Right.
when I saw the concept, I was like, yes, like gay rights, awesome. But I don't know. It has a good premise. I think aren't they supposed to be working on like a sequel or something? Like I'm
Oh, I'm
interested
sure.
in that. Like I'll check it out, but yeah.
I'm sure they
I don't know.
are, yeah. All right, I guess
Oh
it's
my
time
God,
to start
now it's-
2019.
2019, yeah.
Here we go.
So this is going to be hard because I can't show my hand for TDP.
Yeah, so we'll I think we have a good gist of, and you can also like be objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
already I see
objective with
Apex
my top
Legends.
10, my personal top 10
Oh
anyway.
yeah, you don't have
Oh,
to.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
about to say
so-
because Kirby
Yeah.
would probably be in my like top 25 or top 50, and anyone would be like, "You're a maniac," like, But Apex
Something.
Legends, I think, should be there, right?
I don't think it
Apex-
has to be.
For top. Okay, it doesn't have. to
Actually,
be.
you know what? I
Okay.
should pull a bunch of these anyway. Because
Yeah.
whether or not it
shorten
replaces
it.
something is different.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should
agree
pull
with
them
that.
anyway.
So this is just 2019 list, and then we'll take the 2019 to that. Yeah.
Plague Tale.
Plague Tale. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, being honest.
I'm going to throw Baba as you, but I don't think it replaces anything. So,
Yeah.
Does Cadence of
Cadence-
Hyrule replace Necro Dancer? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it did enough.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
I don't think I'm
Call
going
of
to...
Duty, absolutely not.
Oh, I should probably pull it, though, for the discussion. But yeah, I don't think it does either.
Also, even as a Call of Duty fan, it was just like, man, they
Controller.
just can't get it right.
Oh, I
Ever.
really like Modern Warfare.
The campaign or multiplayer?
Both.
Multiplayer.
Really?
Campaign was
that's
fun.
interesting.
I don't care about Call of Duty campaigns personally.
I'm just going to grab all of these and then we'll add to it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna bother with Division 2.
Okay. Oh, Fire Emblem Three Houses. Oh, so good.
Hypnospace. I guess Judgment. Do we still have Yakuza 0?
I don't think we have it yet. I don't
We don't.
remember.
We got rid of it, so Judgment's not gonna
Yeah,
make it
no.
if that didn't.
definitely know. Yeah.
Yeah. Katana 0. Oh god.
Oh god.
Kingdom
Please
Hearts.
no.
The best picture for Kingdom Hearts 3.
Definitely represents everything about that game.
I don't think I'm gonna bother with Life is Strange 2. I will pull Luigi's.
You want to do Link's Awakening or no?
Nah. I don't
Okay.
think so.
All right.
Because I cut
Maybe
Shadow
the
of the
Head Forever.
Colossus even.
Oh,
And that
true,
was
fair
basically
enough.
the same thing. I'm not going to
Mhm.
bother with Iceborne. MK11 maybe. I don't know. I don't think that gets anywhere.
I didn't really hear much
I don't
about
think literally no fighting game I think made the cut.
Super Smash. Hello.
Oh,
Ugh.
not a
The
fighting.
most
It's a
competitive.
platform fighter.
But it has so. Oh no, like I'd even like I like Smash and like I have a lot of nostalgia, but just the fact that they got so many characters, so much music, so many stages, just like I just respect it. You know, even if I don't like it that much, I just respect it. It earns so much respect for me. Oh, Star Wars. was
Smash is
good.
Smash is fun if you have 3 people at least.
Yeah, and you don't want to play online.
Yeah. Tetris 99.
hmm
Untitled Goose Game.
Filthy bastards.
Yes, Woolly World, Kirby's Epic Yarn Impact right there.
All right, let's cut. actually, I have a suggestion. Let's cut Kirby's Epic Yarn,
For Crafted World?
Yoshi's Woolly World.
No,
Yoshi-
Kirby's was better though. As much as I loved Crafted World, actually, it was really cute. But man, like Kirby's Epic Yarn, but you know that even proves I think Epic Yarn's point even more. It's like with Switch graphics and everything like that. Like they had so much more tools to work with to like create something, wholesome, unique, create the universe, and still, it doesn't compare to Kirby's Epic Yarn. They really struggled with all the level designs and everything they were able to do, and like how unique they got with all the yarn and stuff, and like. Crafted World, sorry, because Woolly World I think was Wii U. Crafted World, they had more tools to work with, and they still, most people, even like general just platform fans, I thought it just fell flat.
I mean, I didn't play Crafted World. I played Woolly World, and I thought Woolly World was better because Woolly World felt like it had like texture to it. It felt like a game, whereas Kirby's Epic Yarn felt like mush. It felt like oatmeal playing it.
Oatmeal, really? Would you?
Yeah. Well, and then occasionally it felt like a rock because I really didn't like when you turn into a giant robot.
I love
That dumb
but
thing.
The Robo.
It just feels bad.
The influence though into making Kirby Robobot. Hello, look at that.
I
So
don't
much
care
impact.
about that.
That was a really good game though.
I didn't play that one.
You didn't really? Like as much as I love Epic Yarn, like that's really top.
Oh,
tier
so you want to
Kirby too.
replace Epic Yarn with the Kirby?
No,
Robo
I love
game?
Epic. No, I love Epic Yarn better. But I'm saying if you're like a traditional, and obviously if you're like looking for different things, right? Like the things that I value in Epic Yarn, I'm not going to value in Robo the same way. But if you're like looking for like a more objective, more kind of challenging platformer, more traditional Kirby game,
I like
that's
Kirby's
definitely the way to
Dreamland,
go.
the first
Yeah.
one. That's my
Okay.
favorite.
So then you'd love Robo, 100%. Especially because like in the late end game 2, it gets super challenging, and it's like, oh wow, like this is good stuff.
Nice.
Oh, I forgot Ukulele Impossible Layer.
Yep.
Oh, your pile of shame.
Yep.
Nice. Oh, you didn't play Goose?
I did not. I still haven't, and I probably am not going to. By the time we
Fair
talk,
enough.
anyway.
Yeah.
Gears 5.
I'd say
is
from that
fine.
list, if you had to like, last minute rush a game, it's definitely the shortest.
Yeah.
Pokemon, I guess. I love it.
Yeah, I put that in for David.
But just
Okay.
the I guess, I think just summarizes it perfectly.
Okay. So remember, we have to replace.
Um,
So this isn't just
alright.
what's good. This is replacing something that we've already determined is one of the top 100 games of the last 10 years.
Yep.
um,
We can replace Poo Poo Tetris with Tetris 99. That out of the
Yes.
way.
Oh, I don't know about that. Like, actually, though. I love
Really?
Tetris 99, but you know what I don't love? Every time I want to
Yeah.
play a fucking Tetris game, feeling like I'm stressed.
Alright. Sure. I mean,
that's true.
Keep Poo Poo Tetris. That's fine.
I don't know enough about
thought it was
Disco
gonna go down that way.
Elysium, but I know it got a bunch of good reviews and awards and stuff. So you guys have to argue that one because I didn't play it.
I just haven't played it.
Oh, all right. so
Like
then-
I bought it and just haven't gotten to it yet.
Paul, did you play it or no?
Which one? Elysium? No.
Disco Elysium. Oh,
No.
all right. Well then, no arguments from us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what we cut. I do think I
From
cut
this
Call of
list, or-
Duty. Yeah.
Oh, from this list, 100% Call of Duty. Creature in the Wild, I don't know enough about.
Creature in the Wild gets cut.
Okay. Death Stranding. Just kidding.
Devil May Cry
Um,
gets cut.
Really? I never played it, but
Out of 10
That's
years.
Mario Kart
yeah.
Tour gets cut.
Oh, Mario Kart Tour gets cut 1,000%.
And
Oh my
Pokemon
goodness.
Masters.
yes.
Dr. Mario
I-
World gets cut. Teppen gets cut.
Yep.
Sinking City gets
Yep.
cut. Anthem,
Yep.
holy shit, gets cut.
Oh my god, I forgot about that game.
Crackdown 3 cut. Void Bastards cut. Mario Maker 2 cut.
Oh, that hurts my soul, but I understand. Do we cut Fallen Order? Like, it's good,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it's. Yeah, I don't think it's top 100 of the
There's only
decade, but-
2 Souls-like games on here. One is Bloodborne, and the other is Dark Souls. Dark Souls is the second most important game of the last 10 years.
Mhm.
And Bloodborne is better than Fallen Order, and it pains me to say that
Yes.
because I don't love Bloodborne.
I agree.
That being said, I think Sekiro might be better than Bloodborne, and that might replace it. In fact, it's going to.
I agree. I agree. That's a good replacement.
All right,
All right.
that's one in.
You forgot
cut
you own
Bloodstain?
Bloodborne. I think Bloodstain might have a place in here somewhere, but I'm not sure where yet.
Because we cut Fez, right? And we cut. Did we
Also-
cut Hat in Time?
Lucky says he is ready to fight, so
For what? Blood. Oh, for Kirby. All right, whatever. Well, we agree though that Kirby's better than Hat in Time, so I think we should cut Hat in Time first. Like I know I'm gonna have
Wait,
to give up Kirby.
is Hat in Time
looking at
still
this
on
list,
here?
but isn't it or no? Did you guys
No.
cut it? I might
It's
have missed
gone.
it.
No, we
yeah.
cut it for Spec Ops, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't impressed with Spec Ops, so I'm not the one to give that argument. All right. Looking back at the list though, Tetris Effect. Do we cut? Because we put in 9. Like, do we
I
have to
didn't
pick
put in
between 99 and
99.
Effect?
I would pick probably
yeah.
Effect, but I don't know. I haven't played it, so.
Well, my problem with Effect is it doesn't have multi.
The problem I have with Tetris 99 is that every time I play, it's stressful, and then I just am kicked out, basically, for not being good enough after, like, 5 minutes, when maybe I want to play for, like, 20 minutes, you know? And then
Yeah.
I have to jump in again. Like,
No, my favorite is still
I bought the thing,
regular Tetris
but playing
multiplayer.
against the computers in Tetris 99 are so stupid. So, I don't know. That's the problem I have with it. That's why I kind of think Puyo Puyo Tetris still wins over it. And that hurts to say because I don't love Puyo Puyo Tetris either.
Then do you want? What about Tetris Effect better than Puyo?
Probably not. Well, I mean, I would say yes, but I do like the whole playing online thing that Puyo
True.
Puyo has.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
Does Control have
Alright, do we-
any place in here? I kind of don't think it does.
I don't think so. I can't think of anything.
Would you cut Prey for it?
No, I don't think I would. Maybe? That's hard.
Can we straight up cut Kingdom Hearts 3, by the way?
I mean, for me, definitely. Yep.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if
Like,
there's any.
Like, I don't think there's. I don't know any Kingdom Hearts fans that would defend that game. It's so sad to say though.
Oh no, Kendra's getting mad.
Oh, I'm defending it. Go for it. Like, I wanted to like that game. That's probably what upset me the most. I wanted to love that game, and I could not.
I'm just gonna go ahead and cut Luigi's Mansion.
Okay.
I just can't see how that's top 100 material for 10 years worth of gaming.
No, it wasn't even the best Luigi's Mansion game. The best looking one, but I think
Would
it
you
didn't have the same
cut-
charm as the first one.
Hotline Miami for Katana Zero.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, then I think you can cut Katana Zero.
I think I agree. I think out of everybody here that I'm the one who would fight for it.
Fire
The
Emblem
hardest,
Three
anyway.
Houses, I think definitely has to be on the list. But I don't know how you feel about having 2 Fire Emblem games.
I
On the
don't
top
love
100.
Three Houses because of mechanical stuff, and chat probably disagrees with me.
I like Awakening more, but I'm just trying to. I'm trying to be objective.
I like the story in Three Houses a lot, but I really don't
Yes.
like how they got rid of the weapon triangle. I really
I
miss
agree.
it,
I agree.
and that's a mechanical thing they did to the game.
Mm.
Man, I wish I could fit Wargroove in here, but it ain't happening. It just isn't.
No,
Do we get rid of WoW Classic?
That's hard
I mean, WoW Classic.
because of how kind of important that game is for dumb reasons. I don't even love it.
But again,
Yeah.
we're reviewing, this release, not the impact.
No,
it
that's
This
what I
release had a
mean.
huge impact.
That's literally what I mean. Like, WoW
Did it last that
Classic.
long, though?
WoW
Yes.
Classic is big enough. It might replace something in the top 10. And I'm not
Yeah.
kidding.
Really?
Yeah, it's too big to not at least find where it
I
goes.
thought it. Okay. Like I know the hype for it, and like upon release, all the streams and everything like that, and like I have friends that got back into it. But I thought it kind of fell off, but I don't know.
No.
I'm not that invested in the community.
It hasn't. It revitalized a dead fucking MMO. It's stupid
I was
how big.
literally
that-
playing it before I got into this stream.
Yeah,
That's really funny.
I almost don't want to think about that until the very end because that's gonna be rough.
Yeah.
I don't think Mortal Kombat 11 fits.
I haven't seen much about it.
Especially since Mortal Kombat 10, I think, was the better one. Or was it 9? Maybe 9, and that isn't on here, so. Always You isn't on here. Apex might be over Titanfall.
Yes.
Can't agree because the melee is so much worse.
Yeah,
Apex
and
got.
the
Apex
problem is that
right.
Titanfall 2 has that badass campaign, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to get rid of Apex just yet. I think Control goes. It's neat, but it's, at the end of the day, a third-person shooter with some powers. I think Death Stranding has to stay for the discussion, because that's nothing but
Yep.
pure technicalities. It's stupid, but there's so many things going on. That is a video game-ass video game. Trying to think if I would replace something for Yooka-Laylee.
The thing is, I think Tropical Freeze is just better.
Yeah, I agree.
Is it? Yeah, I bet it probably is, because Yooka-Laylee has some janky issues that come from a studio that's not experienced, like Nintendo are.
Yep.
Mhm. No, Donkey Kong's the one thing you can say that game is very clean, crisp.
Mm-hmm. Magic Arena.
Years.
I mean,
It's Magic online. It kind of depends on how much you value that.
I value it a lot. I value it. I think it's a better game than Hearthstone
I
as a
agree.
game.
Agreed.
Uh-huh.
It's Hearthstone definitely hit way stronger impact. That I don't
Yep.
think that part's already good.
I think Arena has to be in here. I think it actually has
Yeah.
to be in the top 25.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
really
No,
fucking good.
I
I
know,
think it
but
does.
just it's yeah. Okay. No, I thought they did a really, really good job with it, and obviously Magic is just timeless for a reason. It just it's
I mean,
so hard when like the
and
game
it's
is recent and it's also based off of
Yeah.
something that has been proven to be successful for 20 plus years. So
Well, it's also kind of replacing paper Magic. It's as the form to play standard. Like it's actually doing that. It's so successful.
Yeah.
And it
So
will
that
fully do
impact is
that when they
pretty-
release the app that people can just play on their tablets or whatever. It will 100% replace the game.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be a big discussion because that's going to be taking something down and then another thing down, I think.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that to later. I want to fit Code Vein in here. I actually do. I don't know where it fits yet. So I'm going to think about that. I think Bloodstained should go in here too somewhere. I think Resident Evil 2 Remake goes.
All right.
I was gonna say I thought you would be like the proponent of that one.
I fucking love that game, but I played that game fucking like 20 years ago. It's just
But
nice
you
seeing
know,
it again.
yeah.
I think the Outer Worlds might replace something. It might replace Fallout.
Place New Vegas.
Yeah,
Huh.
because it's basically just New Vegas again, but like modern.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and I guess that's where it's hard. What do you value more? Like the one that, you know, innovated upon something that, yeah, I don't know. Like, yes, it's objectively, I think, a better, more fun game, but it's
Yeah.
like, you know.
But New Vegas
it-
is already like there because it's doing Fallout 3 again, but a little better. Like that's why it's there.
I say a lot better. I thought New Vegas was so much better than 3, but I don't know, maybe that's just me. It's hard. It's like, again, then what do you value? I feel like people look at New Vegas as a classic, you know, and then
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I
the
think
reason
New
they
Vegas-
look at it as a classic are all there in Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, well, this is just like that basically again. Maybe to a fault, honestly.
Hmm.
Where it didn't kind of feel like a new game all that much. I don't know. I had some weird little issues with that, but it was so well written, I didn't care.
You want to cut? We have to cut some of the Tetrises then.
We definitely have to cut a Tetris. I think we cut Tetris 99.
Okay. Another game that should be on here though is Outer Wilds, which should be here.
Okay, do we cut it now?
I think so. Yeah.
Cool. I think Gears 5 gets cut too.
Yeah.
I think Astral Chain
think-
might get cut.
I think Astral Chain gets cut.
Yoshi's gets cut. I think it kind of snuck its way into staying there probably longer than.
All right,
it
but we
should.
could cut Kirby though.
Oh, I know Kirby's getting cut. I know. Just let me live for a little bit longer.
He just wants to make sure Kirby gets cut for something that really deserves to be there, so.
Yeah, and then this short, like little. Can we have like a little 5 honorable mentions underneath the 100? Just include Kirby
No.
there.
They will be forgotten.
Not in my heart.
They will be executed and thrown in with the rest of them in the giant grave.
They go into the
The-
fire.
The thousands of games that came out
Bonfire
this
of-
decade.
Unworthy games.
Okay.
Untitled Goose Game, do we cut? I think we cut it.
I think
it
we
was
do too,
hit or miss.
honestly. But
Come
I'm
on,
waiting to hear
decades,
the
really?
argument.
It was so short. Even for people that loved it, they thought it was too short and not fleshed out, you know? So it's kind of like, what argument do you really have? Especially when we're talking about decade.
I think I would put it on here over Massive Chalice.
I would put it on here above Kirby's Epic Yarn.
Well, you have bad taste, so that it makes sense why you would do that, but... Me and Paul are men of culture.
Look, you have a dedicated
Wow.
honk button and a dedicated just puff up your wings button.
You realize Kirby has a dedicated honk button too when he's a fire truck.
Yeah, but only when he's a fire truck.
But can you
Look.
put out fires as the goose? I don't
Untitled
think
Goose Game
so.
captures the feeling of being able to stare at someone and fucking hate them and then flip them off. In the
But I
form of
have a
hockey.
mirror for that. I don't need a video game for that.
Then they fucking get in your way. You get all ruffled.
All right, we need to cut Kingdom Hearts 3 though. I'm
And
sorry.
you steal their hat.
I
and
think
then
we
you
do
make
too.
them buy their hat back.
It pains me. I remember that game being announced in 2015 and then being pushed back and looking so forward to it, and just gosh darn
Yeah.
it.
I think we do too. I think we cut Fire Emblem Three Houses as well.
That pains me because I feel like that's like gonna be
Unless
no.
unless it takes Awakening's place.
no. Awakening's impact was so much bigger.
Okay,
And
what
I think
about
it's, like,
it
so-
taking the place of Massive Chalice?
Yeah, but I also feel like then we're just gonna instantly replace
Again,
Fire Emblem with like like it's gonna be instantly replaced with something, you know. So it's kind of like, what's the point?
My problem with Fire Emblem is mechanical, and I like how
Mm.
Massive Chalice works better mechanically.
Does Massive Chalice have as good of a story though?
It's a different thing. It's not a narrative-based game.
Yeah, exactly. Checkmate, atheist. No.
What?
But you know,
Okay,
it's just,
let's remove all the non-narrative focused games.
but you know, like I try to get, I don't know, I give more credit though to it then. You know, like I feel like it's harder to develop a more, you know, especially because that game is longer, you know, and there's so many different like relationship-esque stuff. Like it's harder to do that, you know. So I give it more credit. I don't know, but I didn't play Massive.
It's just. I wouldn't say it's necessarily harder than devising a system where your characters have traits and die and give birth, and like, there's a system there. It's just a different thing entirely than these characters, and we wrote good dialogue for them.
Well, either Massive, it doesn't matter between Fire Emblem and Massive Chalice. One of them's going to probably get replaced by something else on the list, whether it's Apex, Death Stranding. Like,
I mean,
you know,
MTG
so-
Arena and WoW Classic are going to take some high spots, so some stuff is definitely falling downhill either way.
Yeah,
I
getting
don't.
pushed.
I don't think Three Houses makes this list.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, all right, buy Three Houses.
I don't think Goose Game does either.
No.
Because remembering
Sorry.
that two are going to like push out really
Yeah.
high rating ones,
Yeah.
it makes it way harder. I don't think Apex does either. Remembering that. Actually, maybe it does. Hold on. There's some arguments to
That
be
game
made
is
still.
the mechanics in those games are in Apex are so clean.
They
Like,
are.
I don't remember the last time a shooter felt that good.
Except I don't feel that way about the melee. I really hate how the melee feels.
The melee's
in that
pretty
game.
bad, yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
It stands out to me because the melee was so good in Titanfall 2.
Hmm.
I almost think Disco Elysium needs its own category of we didn't play this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
NA.
Yeah,
NA.
no, I agree with
Because
that.
I don't think anybody in the chat even can fight for it. Like, it's crazy. I don't think any of us can talk about
Yeah.
that one. I don't know
We
where
cut.
I don't know where I find Code Vein sitting in here. I don't know what I cut for it.
You cut Prey.
I'm fine with either, but then again, I
Prey?
feel like I feel like either way, one of those are going to get cut when we push everything down. And then I don't know. We talked about Slay the Spire.
Or do you cut
all.
Bastion for it?
I want Slay the Spire in here.
I would cut Bastion for Slay the Spire.
Slay the Spire was so good that it turned into its own genre as well, with a bunch of mimics.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Slay the Spire's in
and
here. I don't
including
know where though. Yeah,
What-
true. Hearthstone took that style for their updates too.
Yeah.
So then, do we think all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these games have a spot in the list, or
I don't know that Bloodstained does.
I don't think so, but it sounded like you really had a spot for it.
I don't.
All right, then it needs to get cut, and then Tetris Effect I think just needs to get cut.
Yeah, I think Tetris Effect goes. I agree.
It's gonna be really, yeah.
I don't think Apex needs to be on this list.
I'm just hesitant because it did have such like a big splash when it did drop, and it still is like sort of active. But if you think it can't be replaced, if it can't replace Titanfall 2, then yeah, cut it.
Yeah, I don't think it replaces Titanfall 2.
All
The
right, then, yeah,
world
cut it.
did, but I don't think history does.
Okay, yeah, then that's fine. Then
I
we
think
can-
the argument would be it would replace PUBG.
Yeah, but you can't.
I-
PUBG has
But,
to have
yeah.
representation.
Yeah.
yeah, and PUBG is kind of being carried by its innovation more so than
It's all.
Yeah.
technical.
Yeah,
know?
it kind of pisses me
Yeah.
off, honestly.
I think PUBG is going to be one of the games that gets knocked down to top 50 or bottom 50. when we
That's
start pushing things
yeah.
down.
That and I think Frostpunk might be too. We'll see. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, so Disco Elysium, do we get rid of for the sake of not applicable?
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
it goes in its own column.
Like, I don't know if we can really replace something with a game we don't know
Question mark, question mark, question.
about. And then, are we deleting Bloodstained?
They're saying they want Kirby out for
Oh,
Bloodstained.
well, yeah, Kirby's going to be gone. But I'm saying, like, we have to make a list of what? What do we have for... We
I
have
think
7 games.
I'm
like,
getting
Kirby's
rid
gonna
of
be
Kirby
gone.
for Slay the Spire. I think it's
That's
Yeah.
fine. Rest in peace, Sweet Prince.
I think Slay the
Now
Spire
available on
has to be in
3DS.
here. Finally. Fuck off.
I agree. Fuck off. You don't deserve to appreciate that game. That's fine. Now it gets really hard because do you think Apex? Well, do you think Death Stranding deserves a spot in the upper 50 or bottom 50?
No, I don't know. Honestly.
Because that's going to decide it. Because then it needs to go with MTG and WoW in like what we push down. you
I
know?
honestly don't even know Death Stranding has a place in here. I just
I
feel
feel
like it probably needs to, is the thing.
I feel like yeah, it needs to. I
And
agree.
I hate those
Would
ones.
you cut MGS5 or Death Strand?
I loved MGS5 so much more,
Oh.
but
Because if you don't, then I don't think Death Stranding needs to be.
You're correct. You're right.
but it hold on, scroll
Like,
down.
Death Stranding has you get to tie
50.
balloons to things.
I loved that mechanic so much.
Yeah.
You know what?
Like-
I think
There
Dust
are
and
small
Elysian
mechanical
Tale is out
things
for
that-
Bloodstained, actually.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's that play.
That's fair. That's a good one.
I think
you
that's
know.
an easy trade, actually.
Yeah, that's a good exchange. Do we keep XCOM 2 over what do we have left? Death Stranding, Code Vein, Apex.
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, XCOM 2 is above Massive Chalice, so you're asking.
Oh, true. We still have
What?
Massive Chalice. Alright, let's get rid of Massive Chalice already. I'm sorry. We need to.
Yeah, I do think Massive Chalice probably goes. Which one does it
For
go
what?
for, though?
For which one?
Apex or Code Vein?
I
Is
like
there a
Um,
decision?
I like what you were saying about MGS5 and Death Stranding. I'm gonna ponder that.
Yeah.
Considering I think I'm the guy who would fight for either.
Yeah.
I'll
No,
ponder
that's a
that.
good one for one.
Okay, so Massive
Um,
Chalice.
Gone for, I think, Code Vein, right?
I honestly don't think
Uh,
Apex Legends needs to be in here. Maybe.
Yeah. Looking at what? Path.
God, cutting
I'll,
Massive Chalice for Code
you-
Vein is so weird.
What about Nuclear Throne for Apex
Okay,
or no?
here's the thing. This let's get Arena in here. I think
Yeah.
Arena's a top,
Oh.
maybe 50, maybe not
Yeah,
25.
I would feel better cutting Massive Chalice for Magic Arena. There, fine, done.
No, we have to move something down. So what
Yeah,
goes
yeah,
from
yeah.
50 to?
Yes, that
100.
needs to move.
I would, from that second in the D column, right? We have to move
D-column,
something
yeah.
over. Things that stick out to me initially is Honey Pop, Splatoon,
Okay.
and Frostpunk.
Pokemon. Life is
Yeah,
Strange.
I kind of think Pokemon would be in that
Yeah.
too, but I'm also
I
not
guess
a
I'm, like-
Pokemon guy, so
Yeah, I guess as like the resident Pokemon defender, like I would say the reason why Black and White 2 is like so revered is because one, the amount of content, two, it was like the first Pokemon game that actually had difficulty setting, which was such a big ask for a while. Three, the post game was really challenging, which again, like that's the biggest criticism of Pokemon games is that it's so brain dead easy. Pick spam the super effective move and that's it. And then it's the first Pokemon game with like an actual story, like that actually makes you think, because like the whole plot is about kind of like the um, ethics of owning Pokemon, being a Pokemon trainer, and those sort of things. And you kind of have to combat that and kind of
Yeah, I think that
it
shit's
challenges
completely
you.
overrated. But again,
Okay.
I really like Pokemon games. I don't like Black and
So
White
let me
2,
pose this
so-
question. Between Horizon Zero Dawn and Assassin's Creed Origins, what is less impressive or good?
I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn, I think, is
Horizon Zero Dawn's better, but just again, impact. You know,
Assassin's Creed Origins revitalized that series in
Ye-
people's heads.
yeah. I'll say, do you value that? Do you
But
value
Horizon
like,
Zero
being able to
Dawn is a
revive-
brand new IP that made waves on the same fucking 2 days
Yeah.
that Zelda came out.
and that development studio is going from Killzone to that.
Yeah.
They both have arguments
They're
to be
both
made.
impressive. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want them both to
Look,
stay.
man.
Being honest.
What is
On 50? Sure.
Okay, tell me what Assassin's Creed Origins really means
What do you mean?
compared to the Horizon Zero Dawn.
I
name,
don't-
what that means.
No,
Like, I'm just, I don't
no,
think
no.
like that's the.
We can't do that.
I'll say I don't think it's the right comparison. I think PUBG can be. I think both games are better than PUBG.
Oh, maybe we should throw PUBG in there.
Sure, we can
Yeah,
get
I think we
PUBG.
throw
it down.
PUBG in there. Yeah. Get the fuck down there, bitch. Magic, the Gathering Arena.
I feel good about that now.
Yeah, that feels
really
good.
do.
Yep.
That feels really good. Magic being there. Okay. And then Death Stranding. Do we have a place for it now? Or no?
I'm still pondering. WoW
Debating it.
Classic, I think, is a top maybe 10, and that's not kidding.
That's a really hard sell. Because I feel like
actually
it's so recent. You know, it's hard.
I
Uh-huh.
realize there's something I have to ask, Paul.
Okay.
Does Arma 3 need to be on this list?
No.
No.
Okay.
Arma 2 is the one, if there's an Arma.
Okay. And that's 2009, so we're okay.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So then I guess we delete Apex then? You think?
We probably going to. I'm not ready for it.
Oh, we still have The Sims 4. What the fuck? Hold on.
I know.
There's some stuff.
Because
I think that
Animal
we-
Crossing is still there.
All right. Well,
I kind of think they both still need to be here, honestly.
really
Well-
over Code Vein.
I mean, it's not what I want, but yeah, I think they need to. I think something else goes for Code Vein before those two, and I hate that. I absolutely do. Let's
Until
talk about
Dawn?
WoW Classic for a second.
Oh, well, I was like,
WoW Classic. I mean, it replaces something in column B, I think.
Yep.
And
That's
I
so-
think the thing that replaces is Monster Hunter World.
your babies.
I've killed enough
I would-
babies in the last 15 years of my life. It's fine.
Please don't clip that out of context.
Yeah, really. I'm used to cutting things that I love. Just ask Aaron. Wow, don't clip that.
Aaron, you okay?
Why is Fortnite on the list? Because it kind of has to be.
It has to be. Just like the way it revolutionized how like cross-platform gaming, game passes, everyone getting into it, the accessibility, the events online that it does, the
Yeah.
marketing strategies that all these like Disney, the fact that Disney's paying millions of dollars to advertise itself inside a video game, like that's crazy, you know? It's like it's a game, but it's also a platform to access like such a target market for advertisers and stuff. It's hard to ignore. And also the constant updates and stuff. Like I don't think like if we look back on this list, in whatever 2030, we're gonna point at laugh probably at Fortnite and go, haha, what a fad. But
Yeah, maybe.
it did enough to, justify its spot in the time being,
I think if you let it in the door, it has to be really high. Like if you're unless you're gonna say like it's a bad game, it doesn't even make the list.
And that's
Yeah.
and that's the problem though, because it changes so much that it's like I can honestly say Fortnite was probably a terrible game multiplayer wise for maybe half of its life. Does that weigh on it, or do we only look at the insane positives? I think that's hard to evaluate a game. It's same thing with like League of Legends, right? Like
Yeah.
different seasons I hated, but different seasons I loved. So how does it affect the overall thing with Fortnite? It does kind of scare me how much they've gotten wrong so quickly, and like the hesitation to like listen to the community about certain like weapons and features, and then the fact that they just include them in the esports scene, even though every single pro's like, please don't include this ruins like the integrity of the match, and they're just like, haha, f you, like this is an advertising platform for our game. So it's kind of like the merits are its popularity. The influence is even more on games. I think it's just more on advertising and like just how it interacts with media, like the fact that like people that are proficient at this game are like on Nightline television and stuff. It's like more so like the hype around Fortnite is almost bigger and better than the actual game itself. So it's like, how much do you value? If you look at Fortnite as just the game merits, yeah, it probably shouldn't be that high. But if you look at it as a game that changed the perception of gaming worldwide to so many different audiences, so many different races, sexes, etc., like it's a little bit similar to Minecraft. If you look at Minecraft, right, like, oh man, you build stuff, people try to knock it like that, but it's like, no, what the power was of how many people became quote unquote gamers because of this game and got into gaming and stuff like that. So it's like, if you don't, if you value Minecraft high, you have to almost sort of value Fortnite with some level of respect, I think. Not as much, clearly, because Minecraft is number one, Fortnite's in the 25th spot, but it's like, I don't know if Fortnite can go much lower than top 25.
What if we just don't have Fortnite? We don't have FIFA, and that's the biggest game in the world.
Yeah, but FIFA doesn't have the impact. Like honestly, it's
Yeah.
like just a popular video game.
Yeah, it's hard. Just because, like, again, every kid on their, like, any kid between the ages of like 7 to 13 has Fortnite on their tablet or phone or something, and that's a crazy feat. You have to do something to I'm not saying that they'll be able to maintain those people, and I think a lot of gaming companies now like talk about kind of, they're not trying to create the next Fortnite, they're trying to create the next game that when these kids age out of Fortnite, what will they be interested in, and then how do we get that market, so it's going to have an impact for the next 5 years easily.
How heavy do we weight it though? Because then Terraria should be higher. If like impact, because everybody has that on, like, kids have that on their phone all the time too. And like when I stream Terraria, people just like shoot into my fucking stream and ask if they can play, like. So
looking at the top 25 list, it's so tight. That's the problem. It's
yeah,
so
it is
tight.
for sure.
Like we moved, like Fortnite was, we moved it down a bunch already.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying maybe we just kill it, put it out of its misery.
I don't know, because when they took Fortnite down, it just became more powerful.
Oh right.
True.
How do you kill that which has no life?
Yeah.
It feels hard to ignore, though. That's the thing. I don't know. I'm trying to be objective. Personally, I would love to kill it. I'm just trying to like
Yeah. I hear you.
be as objective as possible. Is that it is so huge, and like they're getting it right now, sort of. But like a lot of the time, it was just a bad game with really unbalanced shit. So it's like, I don't know.
The more
We
I'm
already-
looking at it, Subnautica and Celeste don't need to be in the 25.
I would argue Celesta, Subnautica, I'm not the biggest fan of, so I can't propose
don't-
an argument.
I don't think they hang with the other stuff here. And if we had even more things, I don't think Resident Evil hangs either. But I don't think we do.
Mm,
I
fine with that.
you want it? Well, I guess then we have to knock it down, right?
That's
All right.
the problem.
Yeah. All right. So what? How many? Do we have any open spots in the bottom 50?
Nope. That's the
All right, well,
problem.
then we
is
need to
now
get rid of
we're
something
we're
there.
deleting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So now
Yeah.
we need to delete something from bottom 50 in order to move 25 down. Because if we look at just something needs to go.
Would anybody trade Link's Awakening for Link Between Worlds? Because they kind of fill the same space.
No.
Oh, I would be
No.
mad about that.
I would be upset.
Okay.
Does Wolfenstein stay?
I don't know that it does.
Okay, so that's
The
a
reason why
possibility.
it's here is because Wolfenstein was a series that didn't exist to a lot of people anymore until that game came out. Most kids didn't even know like what the Wolfenstein games were.
What do you like better, Wolfenstein or Puyo? Not that we're comparing them
Oh
both. but
fuck,
it's kinda like,
Wolfenstein.
what- So then let's cut
Yeah, but-
Puyo. That's the open slot then. I
I
think.
disagree, but
I don't see a more obvious open slot. Sorry, this is the man that had to give away his Kirby slot.
I mean, we could cut Prey or Bastion.
Yeah,
or
there's a few
Bloodstained.
things here.
Prey, I don't care about as much. So you won't hear it from me.
Or
Bloodstained.
MGS5.
I'm kind
No,
of okay
no.
cutting Shovel Knight too, as much as I love it.
Oh, you're crazy, man. I think
Spectre
there's,
Knight, though.
I think there's games above Shovel Knight that need to be cut.
Yeah, but Plague Knight though. Ugh.
Yeah, but you know,
We're focusing on the positives, Paul.
I also don't think their multiplayer Smash thing is any good.
Have you
But-
played it?
Yeah, I tried it.
Oh really? It's not good. That sucks.
Well, maybe I was just playing a character I didn't. The
Mm,
problem is it just plays with the mechanics of that game. That's not that fun in that setting necessarily.
All right, so then what do we think are the
You
weakest
just kind of
on
just
this
spam the attack button.
50? You're saying what, Paul? What do you think are like the
But
weakest?
maybe it's more fun with people.
place?
Probably is.
The thing is
Like-
that even for the full 100, there's no real weak game. It's just now
Yeah.
a point of
Yeah.
what game isn't as strong. And that's why this
Yep.
is really hard.
Mhm.
And I think
Is
the
what we
answer
say
is
or-
both Animal Crossing and The Sims 4.
Yeah.
Like legitimately.
For-
I think it
yeah.
might be both of them.
For more
both-
so than
For all of them. Like I think those two die. I think
Hmm.
Code Vein, Death Stranding go in there. WoW Classic knocks something else out. And maybe Apex
would-
dies.
I would. Do you like Puyo better than Animal Crossing and Sims 4? You think Puyo deserves a spot more than those two? I don't know. I feel like we can pick one, but then Puyo has to be the other one. I think.
I'm
'Cause
okay
at the end
getting
of
rid
the
of
day-
Poyo as well, actually. Like legitimately.
Yeah. So Puyo, and then we have to pick between Animal Crossing and Sims 4, I guess, if we want to keep Prey.
Please, Puyo was his father. He's Mr. Tetris.
I think we can all agree Animal Crossing and The Sims 4 are more time wasters. So like it's fine to get rid of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Animal Crossing New Leaf, I just saw like the impact of like people that solely bought 3DSs just for that game. Sims 4, I can't really talk about its impact because it's kind of just
Right.
living off of the laurels of the series name, you know?
Right.
And some could argue Animal Crossing did that too a little bit, but I feel like a lot of people's first Animal Crossing game was New Leaf.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people's first.
Hank, you and I need to discuss where WoW Classic fits. because I think it's on this
Yeah.
list. I don't know where. I almost think that top 25 would be okay. But I do think if we can make room for a top 10, I think that's where it deserves to be.
I mean, I would move Breath of the Wild down.
I know, I would too, but
That's probably not wrong.
I'm also trying to make sure that I don't get shot next time I go out.
All right, so then let's try and break it down then, right? I think you're saying between Monster Hunter World and Breath of the Wild are the two that you're debating, right? So,
or
right?
Undertale.
No? Well, Undertale I feel like has more impact than those other two, so if we value that, it's kind of hard to debate it between three of them. But Paul's big argument is Monster Hunter World's impact having,
I think Monster Hunter
a bigger
World's
effect of
impact is
breadth
way more, honestly,
than
than a lot
Breath
of
of the Wild
them.
or Undertale's. Or
Hollow
both?
Knight, Breath of the Wild, and Undertale. I think its impact is
Okay.
bigger than all three of them.
Okay, so then I guess what other factors are you considering?
I think it's in the top 25. I don't think it's in the top 10. I don't know what I think Undertale. Fuck, I think Hollow Knight gets replaced if we do it, and that I don't know that I can do that. Just on a personal, visceral level, I don't know that I can do that.
I'm more comfortable with Breath of the Wild being cut than Hollow Knight, being honest. Because I feel like you're being consistent. It's like, if you look at the games that are like at the apex of their genre, right? Like Hollow Knight's that way. And then Breath of the Wild, some people claim it is, but like I think Breath of the Wild had more mixed reception than Hollow Knight in terms of, being the master class of the genre, right?
I might do
Because
something
I
crazy
didn't
right
like
now.
But not only you guys, I feel like it was, obviously people loved, it's an open world game, right? It's going to appeal to a lot of people, but, the main argument is like, can it stand in a line with, other Zelda games, right? And that's a mixed response. And
I don't
feel
know
like
that this is a door we can open.
But it's not like
It's-
we're getting rid of it. It's just
It's
top
such an
10.
outlier though, because what it actually is literally turning on a server again for a game that came out fucking 20 years ago, right? That's like actually what it is. And
Mhm.
it's this weird, like it's not even a remake is the thing. It's like
a re-release.
it's weirder. It's like the same game. It's like if you plugged in your PlayStation 2 and then just like started playing an old game again. Like you can't consider that
It's not
like the new game for the
exactly
year.
that, because of the way, like, they're using the patch of like the last version, but rolling out the content slowly. There
Right.
are weird intricacies to the way it's not like, and also like just the differences of the internet now make a lot of the interactions different than they were back then.
Right, but at the end of the day, it's a 2004 game. Like that's the thing.
Yeah,
Like,
but like the
not even
but the thing
modernized
is-
though. Just with like the new architecture. That's
yeah,
the
but
weird
it's-
part.
It's a game that would be top 5 if it were just, vanilla
Right.
WoW.
Totally. Yeah.
So
And that's
And
why
it-
it's hard. That's why I don't know that we open this door, because it doesn't actually fit anywhere.
Yeah, it's really hard to rate. I
Be-
personally wouldn't be able to.
I
Because
think
you're
it's at
right.
least top
It
20. Because it recontextualizes stuff. Like I learned a lot about WoW from and how good basic WoW was, because I didn't think I would like this.
But
it's
don't
a
you think it had more
surprisingly
impact?
great game.
What would you push down from 25?
Celeste, StarCraft 2.
Wow, StarCraft
Smash.
2? No, not StarCraft 2 for WoW Classic. That's crazy.
I mean, I would push down like any of all of them, except maybe Nier. Personally,
Yeah, right,
like I
right,
just
right.
think it's better than most of them.
This is crazy talk. I think I'd be willing to see Subnautica go down to 50.
I
For-
agree with that.
Sure.
For a WoW Classic, yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Sure. I think putting it like in a tier above Final Fantasy 14 is maybe a little crazy.
Yeah,
I
Final
would do
Fantasy. It can't
but-
go in a tier higher than Final Fantasy 14. I don't think for what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
I agree with that. So what do we push from 50 to 100?
I think Subnautica or Celeste.
Wait.
Oh, from 50 to 100. Gotcha.
What did you say originally? Frostpunk, Hitman were the ones you were
Assassin-
debating, or no?
Not Hitman.
Not Hitman.
Assassin's Creed, Frostpunk, Red Dead.
Honey Pop.
I think I would push Persona 4 Golden down.
Ooh, I agree. I agree.
I'd push Life is Strange first.
No.
Yeah, I don't
Do you
think I
remember?
would.
Like,
do
did
that.
you play it episode by episode? How everyone was
Yep.
like on the edge of their seat.
He did
like,
actually.
The forums, Twitter.
He and I did a podcast like every time one came out.
And you didn't like get into it, or did you get into it? You just don't value it as much, or?
I was disappointed with how it progressed.
Aww.
And I really
Oh,
didn't.
it's so heartbroken.
Because I thought episode 2 they did something really interesting, and then I think they stopped trying, or they tried but they didn't do it in a way that was compelling, because
Oh.
like their weird choice thing was like that scene with the guy and the dog.
I think Super Meat Boy goes down actually.
Sure,
That
Super Meat Boy.
that actually feels
Yeah.
okay to me. I don't think that's a top 50 game because it,
Can
I mean,
push- Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
I was gonna say, what do you guys think about Mario Kart 8 being pushed down? I don't think it
Yeah.
innovated or was as clean controls. At least Super Meat Boy,
Yeah.
influenced a
No,
lot
I
of
think-
genres of
That's
games.
true.
Mario Kart 8, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's just a very polished, safe.
I'm okay with either
And I
of
don't
those.
Yeah, I want to try and reward. I think like games that innovate or had an impact. It's Mario Kart, Yeah, it has nice tracks.
I just want to push down Smash.
No,
If Mario Kart's
no
getting
way. No way. At least Smash changes up things. Mario Kart, it's kind
What?
of like
I'll trade you Smash for
Power of
Subnautica.
Sure.
no
can't.
way.
No, we can't.
No, you
I'm-
can't.
No, I'm kidding.
Can't.
I'm kidding. We can't do that. That's honestly
Shove
hilariously.
Smash down to the top.
The amount of
Only on
content
top
that you put
100.
into that game. Oh my goodness, you can't.
I don't know that we
Yeah,
can
but
do
so
that.
much of it is from the past games.
Okay. I will be honest. Maybe we can get rid of Smash for Death Stranding.
No. No. Death Stranding, I don't even think is. I'm not comfortable with Death Stranding being top
No,
25
because
yet.
you couldn't.
Yeah, no, it's not even top 50.
I will say, I was like, you're crazy, man. All right, so I think Mario Kart can be pushed down. Think about it, in the decade, it probably wasn't even like the best Mario Kart. Like, barely,
is.
well,
really.
the remake, like on Switch, is so much cleaner, handles better, and shit. It's kind of like
It's the same game. I've played both of them a lot.
I thought Switch handles so much better than the controls for Wii U.
That Wii U game is one of my favorite Wii U games. Like,
Really?
Yeah. And also, the big thing for me was if you had one other person, Mario Kart 8 is so much fun than Smash. If you have 3 people, Smash can be fun. But with 2 people, Mario Kart 8 was way better.
I don't. Just the depth of that game, though, too, and just the characters, the content, how many things you can do, and like in order to complete Smash Ultimate, I forget how many hundreds of hours it would take. Just they really
Yeah, 'cause they
made that the
padded.
definitive experience. I don't think it was padded though.
It's
I-
padding. Like to say when you say it like that, you're
Uh-huh.
talking about some padding. Like it doesn't take that long to play through the campaign.
Paul just cut. He's just like, fuck it, we're doing it live. Buy Super Meat Boy. Then what are we left with? Do we keep Apex or no?
I think if we don't get Rift Titanfall 2, Apex goes.
Huh, No Man's Sky. I'm sorry. Should that be cut?
No, it shouldn't.
No, you. Okay. Wait, you. All right.
I don't even like it that much at all. It is important for good and bad reasons.
I can see that. It just,
And I hate that it's on here because of bad reasons, but the fact it's the only game to ever take as much shit as it did and deliver every promise it made eventually.
Yeah.
And somehow stay relevant to people even though it shat on their face.
Well, but P14 didn't. It wasn't fulfilling promises.
I think Death Stranding takes
a bad
over.
game that then became a different game.
I think Death Stranding takes over the Metal Gear slot.
Oh wow.
It's just an upgrade to all those things. Because the only reason Metal Gear Solid 5 is worth talking about is because of how mechanically nice it is. Death Stranding is just way better mechanically.
Okay.
Even without balloons and selling mixtapes.
I really love the
Unfortunately.
balloon feature. I can't even lie. That was one of the like. It's so simple, but it was so much fun.
Yeah, man.
So we did it. We solved video games of the decade.
I feel sick.
That means it's working.
I was gonna say, do you
That
want
means
to organize?
compromise has taken place.
Was it the column C at all or no?
I don't know how to. They're all... So here's kind of how these go in my head. Just so like you can get an idea. Column 1, the top 5, are primarily the most important to the industry as a whole, regardless of how I feel about them personally.
Yes,
B
that's a good way to.
is a little bit of both. It's important in the industry as a whole, but also games that I rate very, very highly in some way or another. And maybe one that I don't love, but I recognize is legitimately a game changer, as it were. C are games that did something important in video gaming in some way, like within the last 10 years to change how we look at video games or change like what video games might mean. So like that's why Siege is in here, because Siege took the shooter genre and like tried to do its own thing. Mario Maker is, hey, why don't you do what we do and like share it with people? Near
And fail at it.
Near Resident Evil, God of War, all kind of re-evaluated what made their series good and like tried new stuff with it and revitalized those names. Smash Ultimate is literally what people have just been asking for, where we just want everything in Smash in one game, so that's what it is. Binding of Isaac, same thing as the other ones that I said. World of Warcraft Classic revitalized a game that people have gotten stale and brought people back to the game. That's why I think it was important enough to be in here. Final Fantasy XIV is the like only game I've ever seen to take on WoW and succeed. GTA 5 is the biggest selling media product of all time, let alone video game. Fire Emblem Awakening got most people into Fire Emblem and Tactics game in general. Dota 2 basically popularized a genre made by League of Legends. Celeste kind of changed how we look at platformers and, more importantly, added accessibility options to video games and was kind of renowned for doing that. And Fortnite is Fortnite. Portal... the next column, the top 50. This is more where I started getting into like games I agree are decent or good. and also like are just like wildly renowned in some way or do something interesting. So that one I feel is more subjective. And then the top 100 is completely subjective garbage, essentially. Just like these games
I agree, 'cause Kirby's
these games
not there.
are good. Yeah. These games are good, and we can all have a decent conversation around basically any one of these.
Yeah, like their merits. Yep.
Yeah. That's it. That's how I kind of like viewed things. That's why I knew Magic the Gathering had to be in the top 50 at least. I was gonna make an argument for it being in C because it was revolutionary to how Magic acts, but honestly, I don't know what I could get rid of. I would maybe change it for Celeste, because Celeste is the weakest one, I think, out of all the ones in C, but I don't know.
I would do that.
I mean, of course you would.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
We did it, team.
and it only took 7 hours. So
Oh,
now
on
what?
the dot. That's really funny.
Now we delete everything. Who cares?
Yeah, right.
We're done.
Nice.
Let's start off from scratch.
Yeah.
See if